Okay, I'll be honest with you guys. I've been a bit under the weather today. I've been sick all week, so officially I'm fine now, but I'm still pretty low energy, so it's going to be a chill stream. Hello. Good evening. Good evening, Yumtik. Okay, let me get set up here. How is everyone? Hi, Adam. Okay. How many people are in? Should I wait a bit longer before I get into and pronounce my name how you... Okay, well, guess I'll say Umtik. Okay, I put out a video a week ago on Germany's response to the pro-Palestine protests about what's happening in Gaza, about everything. Like you can take it back as long as you want. And mostly the feedback has been pretty good. But I did want to talk about some individual cases. Oh, hi. Wait a second, my cat wants to say hi. Hello. I don't know if you can hear her purr, probably not. You're gonna stay all street. Distracting. Let's see how long. Might throw you. In full view. Apparently she wants to be on my lap. Okay. So, yeah, individual cases of feedback on the video that I wanted to go over. That hair. Brush you. Let's see. Okay, let's start with this. Hi, Mistress Lynn. Okay, let me switch to this. Okay, so I tried posting my video to a few subreddits. And BreadTube did not like it. I mean, actually, no, BreadTube was fine with it. I was getting a few upvotes. Last I checked before it was deleted from there, I had like 90% upvotes. But then this moderator said, preemptive Zionist propaganda used to mollify. What does mollify mean? Anyone who might be upset over criticism of Israeli genocide. Like, the video makes a case for Israeli, like not a case in favor of, but like in case that was what Israel is doing is a genocide. Hi, Black White. I'm doing fine. How are you? The video makes a case that Israel is doing a genocide. It's like a little subtle about it. Like I do say like, hey, I don't know if it's a genocide, but here's all the evidence that it's a genocide. So you have to slightly read between the lines, but it's pretty, as far as I understood, I was being pretty clear about that. But yeah, so they said you can shove that right up your ass, content removed. And I said, did you seriously watch that whole video and come to the conclusion that I'm pro-Israel? There's literally, I counted, there is literally 3 minutes of criticism of Hamas in a 30-minute video that's entirely dedicated for 27 remaining minutes to criticizing Israel and Germany's support of Israel. Like, it is not It is not a 50-50 like neutral. There is nothing neutral in that video that's like, I don't know who's right or who's wrong. But anyway, they reply any number of minutes trying to make the resistance fighters sound as bad or worse than anything Israel does during its genocide is ridiculous and not worth the rest, okay? And claiming shit like went door to door killing everyone, repeating nonsense Zionist propaganda uncritically. Okay, let's go with this one. Let's see. I have sources in my video. I guess I can just go here. So let's go to my video. There it is. No, sorry for the too many clicks. So yeah, I have sources here at the bottom. With Hamas going door to door. Okay, there's nothing graphic in the video. It's just fighters going door to door. But like this is a doorbell camera. I will probably talk about this RPG later. It's relevant for another comment. But they filmed themselves going door to door. It is not under question. Like, it is not unsure whether they went door to door. Like, we don't see them in this video killing people, like, when they go door to door, because it's on YouTube and it's the Telegraph posting it. They wouldn't have posted that. Yeah, exactly. Human name. Like, what do they think is happening here? Do they think this is like an at-home massage service? And when they say, like, oh, they only went after military targets, these do not look like military targets to me. I'm sorry. So yeah, the idea that this is Israeli propaganda that they went door to door, like Israel wants you to see this video. That's true. And Israel, there was a lot of I even said in my video that there were a lot of Israeli claims that were dubious. But yeah, there's a huge part of the left that is honestly insane on this thing. And the thing that's so frustrating to me about this is, and I even point this out in the video as well, Israel has said explicitly, like Israeli officials have said explicitly that Hamas is an optical win for them. They want as many people who are pro-Palestine to support Hamas because it makes the entire pro-Palestine movement unhinged. Like, what if you are doing this, if you are like, we don't want you on BreadTube if you are not pro-Hamas, you are just playing into Israeli propaganda. Like, you are doing their work for them. So it's just so insane to me. I think I was watching a Lonerbox stream the other day, and Lonerbox is, I think he's mostly been good on Israel Palestine. He's like unsure about it being a genocide. He seems to be like leaning no on it being a genocide, which honestly I think it's fine as long as you're not like, oh, it's obviously not a genocide and it's like ridiculous, because it's like officially not ridiculous to say it's a genocide. I think it's fine to have differing opinions on that. But he said it best when he said there's not like a pro-Palestine and a pro-Israel side. There's a pro-Palestine, a pro-Hamas side. Like, there's pro-Hamas, pro-Palestine, and pro-Israel. And within pro-Israel, like, there's other nuances there. But like, there's a distinction between pro-Hamas and pro-Palestine they're just not the same sides. And it's just weird to me that leftists will die on this hill of just looking unhinged when, okay, like, this video is fairly tame because it was probably cut up and censored by the Telegraph, and like, it had to go by YouTube community guidelines, so they can't post anything they want anyway. But you go to my sources. These are texts, like these are articles, so you don't see video here. But yeah, if you have a strong stomach, this is one of the most famous videos to come out from October 7th of Hamas fighters filming themselves doing horrible shit. There's more than this one, but this is one of the most famous ones. If you feel like watching some pretty graphic shit, you can watch this. Like it's not ambiguous whether what they did on that day was monstrous or not. That's not to say that what Israel is doing is not monstrous either. Like you like both can be true. And I would even say, like, in absolute numbers and in a lot of ways, what Israel is doing is worse. But it's not up for debate whether what Hamas did on October 7th was pretty freaking horrible. So, yeah. And the thing that really angered me about this is the end of this comment here, which was, you can go ahead and edit that segment out and repost it if you like. So they're asking me to censor reporting on this to only show the criticism of Israel and like remove anything like, oh, like that is literally like, there's a good side and a bad side. And if the good side does something bad, let's not talk about it. Let's censor it. We don't want to, so like no one should see that. And I'm sorry, like this is what I meant, like in my video about media bias, when I was like, if the left does something fucked up, I'm going to call it out, even if I like very strongly lean left. But this is the kind of thing that is the reason why I don't like to say I'm a leftist or I'm on the left. And I would rather say I lean left, because I don't like to say that I'm in the same movement as people who are like this, honestly. This is just, yeah. And then you wonder why the left just looks really, really bad on issues like this. It's frustrating. Anyway. So, yeah, there's a few other comments. I'm probably gonna, I'll get to that in a second. There's a few other comments that I did want to address here. I already replied to some of them, but yeah. Let's go through just a few of them. Like, there's a lot of comments. Yeah, leftist infighting, exactly. But it's like so frustrating because I'm not even saying you can't be pro-Hamas. I think it's kind of okay. I am not pro-Hamas, and I'm very critical of people being pro-Hamas. But I said, like, especially if you're Palestinian, it's super understandable why that would be something that you would defend, because it's literally like, who else is fighting for you? Like, Hamas is, like, it's understandable why you would go that far. It's, and I've recognized that it's a slightly, more than slightly, it's a privileged position of me to say, like, principally, no, I think civilians and non-combatants are off limits. Like, I think music festivals are off limits. Like, that's just, yeah, it is a fairly privileged take to me, of me to say, like, yeah, like what Hamas is doing, I just can't view as acceptable, in ways that I concede, if you're Palestinian, if you live in Gaza, and if you go like, I'm sorry, but principle is not gonna get us any freedom. I can see how someone could get to that point. So I'm not necessarily saying you shouldn't be, like, or you can't be pro-Hamas. I'm personally not, and I think it's hard to defend. But for someone to be like, you can't be pro-Palestinian unless you're pro-Hamas, is just unbelievably counterproductive. Yeah, it's exactly like that. The people who support the radical factions in Ukraine, like, I understand how they can do that. I don't support Azov or Azov. I don't know how to pronounce it in Ukrainian. But literally, they are the best fighters against Russia. They have been the best fighters against Russia since all the way back when Donbass was just like a contained conflict. So being like, yeah, we have to condemn these people because they're super far right, is like, I can understand how people in Ukraine would support Azov, even if I don't. But yeah, so yeah, I wanted to find a couple of comments in specifically. Maybe if I do most recent ones, newest first. Let's go with this. So this one was interesting. And no hate for this person. We actually had a pretty reasonable conversation. They were saying that my description of Palestinian and IDF actions was kind of showed a double standard. And I see where they're coming from. Is it the right comment? Yeah. Higher standard than the okay. Oh, I see where they're coming from, but what I explained in the comments is that it's just that the actions done by either forces are very different in like how you would describe them. Like I don't think the IDF is like better or more humane than Hamas, because they are, in my opinion, committing a genocide in Gaza, or like very, very arguably committing a genocide in Gaza, which is not better, like more humane than anything that Hamas is doing. But it's just like in the video, I'm like, I literally cannot describe some of the things that I've seen in Hamas videos. I can't describe, even if I don't show any footage, I'm unable to describe them without the video being taken down because of just how violent and graphic some of the actions are. For example, what's in this video here that I will not put on stream. Whereas the actions of Hamas are more like dispassionate and Gav, I'll get to that in a second. The actions of Hamas are more like dispassionate. It's more like, it's not like the level of hatred that Hamas has for Israeli civilians is different from the like complete lack of care for the humanity and life of that the IDF has for Palestinian civilians. So when you see, for example, that whole story of the IDF just abandoning babies in incubators and just like letting them die, that is absolutely horrible. But I literally, I can just use words to describe that happening without being too afraid of the video being taken down. I was actually concerned of that being an issue with YouTube community guidelines and whatever, but it turned out to be fine. I can describe that. Yeah, it's a horrible story. I can describe that and not be too graphic in my description of it because it's just like the problem with that story is not the specific actions, it's the absolute inhumanity of the soldiers who did that or who didn't do anything. So the question is there a double standard because I'm using different languages for those two? I mean, kind of yes, but it's just that literally the words that come to mind to describe either actions are at a different level. But I still dedicate like an entire more than, I mean, at least back end of the video is entirely dedicated to like describing just how horrible what Israel is doing. Whereas when I'm describing like October 7th and problems with Hamas, it's just like a quick, hey, we do need to acknowledge this because it isn't a clean, like black and white, you know, there's a good side and a bad side. If you want to simplify it to that extent, there is a good side and a bad, like there's a side that is in the grand scheme of things correct, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing that we can criticize on that side as well. And especially because I'm not interested in validating pro-Hamas people, I'm interested in like speaking to people who are like maybe unsure about this. Maybe like they saw what happened on October 7th and they were like, they see like far left people who are like justifying it and being saying like, oh yeah, what Hamas did was fine and there was nothing wrong about it. And they're like, how the fuck can I agree with those people? And I'm trying to like speak to those people who are like either undecided or like slightly lean Israel and say, hey, like we're not all insane. Like you can be perfectly sane. You can recognize the horror of this and still say, yeah, Palestinians should have human rights. Just unnegotiably, like they should have human rights. You can't take away the human rights of an entire population of millions of people. Sorry about that. So yeah, there was another one that I really enjoy, like, because there were a few people who did have concerns with a few things that I said, but we ended up having very civil conversations. that I was yeah. Let me try to find one more. Wait, let me use another tool to find a specific comment that I wanted to highlight. Because there was something really important as well. Let's see. Second. This. Okay, now I see their thumbnail, so let me go find this one. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, this one also had some issues with the descriptions that I have, like the festival goers, like literally, I don't know if I found, there was an interview that I read a while ago on, I don't think it's this one. I think I didn't find it again when I was making my sources. But there was an interview of survivors of the music festival who were hiding under cars while they heard Hamas fighters going body to body to make sure everyone was dead. And yeah, I wasn't able to. I think it was BBC, but I'm not sure. If someone actually finds that interview and wants to link it in chat, that would be cool. I could add it to the sources here. I think I have enough sources to back up everything that I said about Hamas and about October 7th. But yeah. So this person was asking for my sources. I said survivors interviews. At that point, I didn't have the sources in the description yet. Pippa, we are addressing some feedback and some comments that I got on the Palestine video, and then we'll see what else we do. I have a few ideas. Uh-huh. Did some comments disappear here? I think a few of my comments disappeared. Yeah, I'm not seeing some of my comments. What the hell? We continue talking more after this conversation here. Unless it was this. Show more. Let's see. Cars. Okay, it's here. Yeah, there was definitely some comments after this one, so apparently some of my comments got deleted by YouTube. So this person was like doubting some of the October 7th issues. Umtic, I have some things to say about that as well. But they're saying like, I would counter that the hundreds of burned out cars leaving the Nova Festival lend some credibility to the claim that, because they were arguing that they think the IDF killed a lot of the Israeli civilians on October 7th. I've looked into those claims, and they're almost entirely unsubstantiated, if not entirely unsubstantiated. I'm not saying it's impossible that a few civilians were killed by the IDF. Maybe it's like technically possible that a lot of them were, but there's just no evidence to that. Like there were some like clip chimped, like very out of context quotes from Haaretz reporting and other like interview quotes that were completely misleading in the way that they were used by people like Jackson Hinkle and Syrian Girl. But Syrian Girl being a disinformation Twitter account, whatever. But when you actually looked into those, there was nothing to those claims. And so this person is saying that the hundreds of burned out cars leaving the Nova Festival lends some credibility to that claim, saying, I mean, weapons, what weapons are in Hamas arsenal that would yield such a result? Okay. This one is like one of the claims that I've seen to say like, oh yeah, it was all like Israeli military tanks and whatever. Another claim that I've seen like this was about the walls of Israeli civilians' homes being destroyed, and they would be like, what a weapon could Hamas possibly have that could destroy walls? I mean, this weapon right here, maybe? That could destroy a wall, I'm pretty sure. And about the burned out cars, yes, I agree, Gav. Hamas would not exist without Israel. Um, let me show you something. Let's see. gonna use it on this one. I need to switch over this thing. Let's see. Paris riots. Nile cars. Boom. Image. There were much more than. Still gonna open this result. Oh, there you go. These were protests in Paris from a few months ago, and there were like entire parking lots that were burned. So if burned cars is evidence of like military involvement, there's three possibilities. Either the French military was involved in causing all of this to happen, or Paris protesters are better armed than Hamas, or, bear with me here, it doesn't take that much effort to burn a car. It really doesn't. Like, I've shot... let me see. I have some raw footage from protests that I shot in Paris. Let's find it. It's not as spectacular as these cars, because like what I saw from this protest were literally like entire parking lots set ablaze. But I have the start of a car fire. This one, let's see. It would be in... There has to be more than... Okay, I guess I don't have it here. Well, at least I can show you like what I cut from that video, which is here. In theory, there shouldn't be any audio. Tear gas. Did I use that? I'm pretty sure I used the shot with the burned cars. Oh wait, I know. I have some here. That wasn't the one. That wasn't the one either. There's a lot of fires that I filmed. That's a different one still. Nope. This one, car. Okay. Yeah, so they just pushed this car over, put something in the car, and it just started burning. And the police couldn't even stop the fire before it completely destroyed the entire car. It's not that hard to burn a car. It doesn't take military equipment to do that. It went a little bit higher. Okay, let's talk about the views. It got a little bit better after I posted about it. Yeah, I mean, when you're supporting Hamas, you mean, yeah. So yeah, okay, this is the really weird thing that, I don't know what to think about. So, a few weeks ago, my brother, okay, this is how I can introduce this topic. My brother has been doing everything he can to, yes, fires burn cars. My brother has been doing everything he can to act in a way that the algorithm would know he wants to see all of my videos. He's been literally watching every single video, clicking the bell, like everything is activated. He's been going out of his way to like manually watch every single one of my stories and even my live streams. Like, there is no way the algorithm doesn't, like, thinks he doesn't want to see my videos. And he's been telling me, like, despite that, he's still not getting the notifications for my new posts. So a few weeks ago, I posted in the community tab asking other people how many, like, if they were getting notifications, like if they had clicked the bell and if they were getting notifications. Maybe around here. So about 2/3 of them, like about, no, 1/3, like 2/5, whatever, like 12% versus 18% of the ones who click the bell, were not getting, yeah, this is literally, yeah, 2/5 of the people who click the bell are not getting notifications, which is really weird. So, because to me, I thought clicking the bell means you get notifications. Apparently, some people in the comment were saying, well, no, they changed the algorithm so that now clicking the bell is, yeah, I heard people say it, but this was before the polls. But yeah, people in the comments of this were saying now clicking the bell is just something that will like influence the algorithm so that it's like slightly more likely to give you notifications than not. But it's not supposed to be an on-off switch anymore the way that I thought it was. But anyway, so that was an issue. And another issue I have is that similarly to that comment about the burned cars that I know I replied to and like my comment isn't there anymore, there's a lot of other comments that I tried to reply to. It's just like my comment would disappear on my own page. So I contacted YouTube about this and I said, okay, I'm having these two issues. One, a lot of my subscribers are not getting notifications, even though they asked to get notifications. And two, I'm not able to reply to some comments on my videos. And they sent me like a troubleshooting list to get notifications, like make sure you have all of these options ticked. And I sent that to my brother and he says, yeah, I did all that. It's not working. And then they asked me to send them a video of one of my comments disappearing. So I sent them a video. It was someone asking me to cover Greek politics, and I told them, yeah, I'll definitely cover the next elections in Greece. And I would, every time I posted, like I replied to that comment, it would be in my comment section, like in the comments that I haven't responded to, it would be here, and I would like reply to one of them. I would hit reply, not consistently for all comments, but like that was a comment that I couldn't reply to. When I hit reply, it says, comment successfully posted, and then then it would disappear from this area. And then 30 seconds later, I would refresh the page and the comment would be back and my reply would have disappeared. So they asked me for a video of that. I sent them. And then they said, okay, we sent that to the technical team and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. And to YouTube's credit, they get back to you super quickly, which I was not expecting. And then a few hours later, like the next day, they say, okay, the technical team looked into it and they say it can be one of like 5 things or 4 things. I don't remember how many. Either your comment did not respect community guidelines, which my comment was just like, I'll cover the next Greek elections. Like, there's no universe in which that's not community guidelines. Or the author of the comment deleted the comment. I'm the author of the comment. I would not be complaining about this if I deleted my own comment. Or the owner of the page deleted the comment. I'm the owner of the page. Or like a few other, there was like one other thing, I don't remember what it was, but like none of them applied to my comments. It was just like not, if they had just looked at the video that they asked me to send them, it would, like, they would have seen that none of those scenarios applied to my situation. So I told them, hey, I really appreciate how quickly you got back to me on this, but clearly, like, you haven't looked at the video that you asked me to send you. I don't mind waiting a week for you to get back to me, or even more if you need more time. Like, I understand that you're super busy, it's fine. It wasn't a bot. Like, it was actually a whole exchange of emails with someone who said, like, we send it to the technical team and all of that. But anyway, I told them, I don't mind waiting longer for someone to actually look into this and tell me, because I'm concerned that I'm getting a lot of signs that there's, because when I Google these problems, like the problems that I was having on Google and on like help forums and whatever, is saying that it's a possibility that my channel is like somehow flagged for spam or stuff like that, for like comments that disappear. Apparently is something that happens when a channel is like flagged for like posting spam. So I was like, can you make sure that that is not happening? And they just replied with a non-reply saying, yeah, we checked on our end, there's no flag on your channel, leave us the fuck alone, basically. And then they ended with, by the way, here's a link to the community guidelines again, make sure that you respect those. Like, the community guidelines are not an issue in that case. So I kind of dropped it. And then this happened a couple of days ago. My video was actually doing pretty well. It went from like I posted it had a peak here when I posted it, and then it went back to like very few views. And then it was really starting to get picked up by the algorithm. I reached like 10,000 views in this amount of time. This was 3 days after I posted it. And the last time this happened to me was with the France video, which ended up getting like hundreds of thousands of views. And each bar here is 1 hour. And this was like 400, 500 views. In a matter of 2 hours, it went from 400 views. 2 hours later, it was basically down at like 30 views or something like that. And I was like, what the hell happened in 2 hours? Like last time that happened to me, it went up like this, and then it went down on the other hand, like over the same amount of time, maybe slightly faster. But for it to like crash to 0 in 2 hours was really weird to me. I don't have that much experience with YouTube. I've been here for like 6 months. I actually posting for 6 months. So maybe this is just something that happened. And I asked a creator friend of mine, who said, yeah, sometimes it happens. It sucks. So anyway, I post about it. And this is when something really weird happened. And I don't have proof of this. So it's really frustrating. Which is, I posted this community thing. And I started to get some replies here. Shadow banned video. This was one of the first ones that came. Maybe changing the thumbnail. This is from you, Kanjidal. Maybe changing the thumbnail messes with the algorithm, which is not the case, but because the new thumbnail I posted right before posting this note, which was like 2 days after the views crashed. And a few others, like this person saying, excellent video. This one, I remember the eagle thumbnail. So this person saying, why did it suddenly drop off? A few comments that were like very positive. And then I noticed like a few hours later, this comment had disappeared. And I was like, that's weird. And maybe the person hadn't watched the video, and then they watched the video and didn't like it, so they came back to delete this comment. But I was like, okay, that can happen. Like one comment disappeared, that's fine. The next day I wake up and all of the comments are gone except for this one. Maybe the video was so biased that the YouTube algorithm kicked it and said, this is just political propaganda. And this one. And for like an entire day, these two were the only comments that were up under this post. Like this post that now has 25 comments, it had 5 comments. When I looked at it in the dashboard here, it said 5 comments. And then a few replies came to those comments, so it went up to 9. But all of these comments were gone. And today, and I was like, that's really weird. Maybe everyone who commented came back to delete their comments. That one, yeah, I don't know what that means. But anyway, this comment was still there. This one never disappeared. But apart from these two, every single comment was gone. And then this morning I check again and they're all back. And I'm like, okay, I don't have an explanation for that. I don't like conspiracy thinking. I don't like to say, oh yeah, I'm like, my channel is being nuked by the algorithm, like I'm a victim, whatever. I don't like to do that. I tend to view conspiracy thinking very skeptically, and I'm perfectly open to other explanations for this. Like it's possible it's just a glitch. It's like plenty of things could have happened. I don't know what they were, but it's just really weird and really frustrating. And if they are glitches, like I didn't realize that YouTube was this glitchy. If all of these are glitches, it's just really strange to me. Yeah, no, it looks fine now, Kenji doll. But like yesterday, this was down to 7 comments. And like, yeah, all of the comments in that 7 were only the replies to this and this one. And then today it's like all of the comments, all of these other comments are from before this one and before this one. And they all just reappeared out of nowhere. So I don't know. I just don't have an explanation for it. But it makes me a little bit paranoid about, yeah, what's happening to my to my YouTube channel. So yeah. Reddit post. Do you have a Reddit post, or are you asking me to make a Reddit post about this? Thing is, I can't prove, like, I didn't take a screen cap because I didn't expect these comments to reappear, and I didn't expect them to disappear in the first place. So I didn't take a screen cap before they disappeared, and I didn't take a screen cap after they disappeared because I didn't expect them to come. I was expecting to show you this thing with only these two comments and say, what the fuck is this guy? With only these two comments and say there were more comments than this and they all disappeared. And when I went to show you, they're all back, which is weird. Again, I'm not being conspiratorial about this. Like, I'm not saying I'm targeted for anything. I'm not flagged. I just, yeah, it's just strange. Anyway, so yeah, it's frustrating because I'm sure. So this is the thing that's really annoying to me as a journalist who's kind of becoming a, like, the dreaded term, content creator, is the algorithm. Again, like, those terms, I hate them. The algorithm loves to have black and white narratives. Like, it's you get so many more views as if you are super radical about things, because you will get a radical audience that will believe you unquestioningly. And if you're kind of like trying to be nuanced and be like, okay, there's some subtleties here that we need to explore, it's way harder to find your audience. And when I'm trying to promote my video on, like, I don't know, the bread tube thing, because there's a lot of bread tubers that I think are cool and who make great content, and I really wouldn't, like, I feel like a lot of my content would be the kind of stuff that would speak to what I consider to be, like, the relatively, like, intelligent bread tube audience who can take nuance in their conversations. And then I try to post it to the bread tube Reddit, and it's too nuanced for them. Like, apparently it's Israeli propaganda just to recognize that the pro-Palestinian side isn't a monolith and isn't perfect in every single way. And it's like, okay, though, so do I need to censor myself and, like, be less nuanced and be more dogmatic and more partisan in order to get more views? I don't want to do that. Like, I would rather, I made this channel so I don't have to compromise on my ethics anymore as a journalist. So I'm not going to compromise on my ethics even more now that I'm independent. Like, fuck that. But it's really frustrating to deal with that, with those kinds of realizations. So yeah. Well, yes and no, Kanji doll. I'm a little disappointed. Okay, I'll show you this. First of all, if I'm looking at, so the France video, when I put it out, went super, wait, you can see this, so I just said I can't. Wait, can you see this? No, you can't see this. I need to move my screen around. No, not this. Camera. Okay, so you see, France video, 350,000 views. The France video went super viral about a month after I published it. And that brought in a bunch of views to this video that I published. This one went viral like a month and a half after I published it. And I published this one a month after this one. So by the time this one went viral, it brought a bunch of views to this one. And I was like, oh wow, I wasn't expecting this one to do that well. It was more like a mission statement for my channel, but not really a video that I expected to go viral. And I didn't expect this one to go viral. I expected to get, like, I don't know, 300 views on my first video or something like that. So when this one blew up, I was like, oh wow, this is the success that my channel is gonna have. Like, amazing. Like, I'm so pumped. Like, this was the best decision ever. And then this video just got basically no views. This one got basically no views. So it's kind of like, well, it's a 6-month-old channel. These are probably, like, more normal numbers. These are probably, like, for the average 6-month-old channel, these are probably good numbers. So am I disappointed that this one didn't get as many views as this one? Of course I am. Am I disappointed that it seemed like it was doing well here and all of a sudden it didn't? Yeah. It is a little bit disheartening. But at the same time, I also have to take into account that my channel is still brand new and not that many people know of me, and it's gonna take a while. Like getting 12,000 views on my, you know, fifth. This doesn't really count. So on my fifth video, getting 12,000 views, I'm not complaining about that. It's just a little disheartening when I have like I didn't have this expectation when I came in, but after like having that video, it sets the bar pretty high. So obviously anything that doesn't reach at least the 6 digits is a little bit like, well, it's going to take longer to get there, I guess. Yeah, I had someone helping me out for thumbnails. They kind of, I wouldn't say they ghosted me. I guess they're just really busy, and the views that I'm getting, like, they contacted me around this time. So at that point, it still seemed reasonable to believe that this was going to be what every one of my videos were going to make. And so they helped me out for a couple of thumbnails, and I asked them to help me with this one, and they never really replied to that. So yeah, but yeah, I didn't have a better idea for the Poland thumbnail. Most of these were my ideas, but I didn't the flag in the background wasn't my idea. But yeah, I'm looking for a consistent style for the thumbnails that would make them kind of stand out a little bit more. I think I like the idea of black and white thumbnails. Because what this thumbnail person who was helping me out was doing was making them like super saturated and like kind of make them stand out from the other thumbnails because they're so bright. But like everyone is doing that. That's every thumbnail. Like I don't know. I'm looking at here. You have like this isn't Kyle Kalinske, but Kyle Kalinske has a green frame around of thumbnails like this one. What's his name? Dylan Burns has a yellow thing. Like some people have like little markers that make their thumbnails try to stand out like that. I'm not a huge fan of that, but I don't know if like going more saturated than everyone is really the way to go. And I was wondering if maybe going less saturated and going for like a black and white aesthetic, like more of a newspaper kind of aesthetic, could be an idea of a way for the thumbnail to stand out from the crowd. But yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I'm still like, again, oh yeah, the other thing to keep in mind is like the YouTube gives you information on kind of where each video was at any point in like for example, this video has been out for what, a week? I think about a week and 1 day. And so if I look at this, it's telling me like at this point, this video had this many views. This video had this many views. So I'm looking at it like the France video had 400 views a week after I published it. And it went viral a month and a half later. So could this one still go viral in a month and a half? Yeah, maybe. For now, it is at this point in publication, it is the video that no video has gotten more than 12,000 views in a week. So like it's like 3 times more than the second most viewed video on my channel after a week after publication. So we'll see. Can it still go viral later on? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'll be publishing more videos anyway, so we'll just see what happens. Anyway, I did. Hey, M.A. Mix. I wanted to make an actual correction, issue an actual correction on the Palestine video. Where is it? Give me a sec. In the video, drones. Anyway, so in the Palestine video, do I have it somewhere? this part. I need to activate desktop audio. Is this gonna be too loud?
While it's...
Yeah, that is way too loud. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
True that in the first days after October 7th, some of the protests were disgusting, like in Sydney, where they chanted "Gas the Jews," or a mob at a Russian airport
So that. The mob at a Russian airport, I stand by perfectly. The Gas the Jews thing, let me find it on Twitter if I can. Let's see. Sorry, not Twitter, X. It's called X now. Let me re-find that video, or I just have it in my files anyway, so it's probably easier to get it from there. Oh, I should have used this one without the subtitles. That would have been better. Okay, let me just get it from my files. This out. Archive. Not this. Man, this is way too messy. It's this. Yeah, no sound. So, you remember that, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Ian. You remember the... Let me find it. Any... Okay. Blue, black versus... Oh, get dress. Perfect. Remember this whole... debate meme from years ago? Where people weren't sure what color the dress was? Or similar things which are... What the fuck is... Since when is that visible? It's supposed to be invisible. Anyway. There's similar things to this with audio illusions where different people will hear different things. You've probably seen those before. Or the, like if you have different subtitles to a video, you will hear what's in the subtitle. And if they change the subtitle without changing the sound, you're going to hear a different thing. Well, it turns out the Gas the Jews protest might have been that. Because apparently expert forensic analysis of all of the audio filmed at the protests say they never said "Gas the Jews," at least in none of the recordings. They're saying, "Where's the Jews?" So let's listen to that again. And this time, ignore... Yeah, Vsauce made a video about that. Not surprising. That's completely consistent with the kind of things Vsauce would cover. So listen to this now without paying attention to the subtitle. Yeah, it sounds perfectly likely that this is correct. It does sound a lot like Where's the Jews? So I do have to correct that, and I will definitely add a correction comment on my video that's going to be pinned at the top with clarifying that's exactly LOL. The question is, does this change? Like, is this a significant change? Objectively, it's hard to say that it's just as bad as Gas the Jews, because Gas the Jews is probably one of the worst chants you could possibly imagine being chanted at a protest. But I'm struggling to find a reasonable, like, oh, if it's just "Where's the Jews?" that's fine then. I don't know what this is supposed to mean. Is it like "Where's the Jews?" so we can give them a hug? I don't know what... Is it better objectively than Gas the Jews? Yes, I guess it is. Does it... Do I have an explanation where this is okay? I don't know. Because it didn't seem like a crowd of mourning protesters who were, gathered there to cry about what happened on October 7th. That is not the vibe that I got from the video we just watched. So I don't think it changes that much from the point that I was making in the video. But it's still worth pointing out that apparently, and to be fair, like this article was published after my video came out. But yeah, if I'd seen this before, I would not have I would have written the article different, like the video differently, and I would have addressed it differently. But it's still worth pointing out that I'm fine admitting when I'm wrong on something, and apparently I was wrong to say that they chanted this. Is it that much better? Not really, but I'm still happy to admit my errors every once in a while. Yeah, potentially essentially the exact same meaning. That's what I mean. Yeah, it's hard to find an explanation for this that makes a significant difference. It's just that it's like shades of gray, slightly better than, like, slightly less explicitly bad than this, I guess. So yeah, it is kind of a funny like correction to make, like, hey, a technicality correction here, but this changes absolutely nothing. So yeah, that is an actual correction I wanted to make. There's another thing I wanted to address, because in the video I also point out that I say that Israel has been imposing a blockade on Gaza since 2005, and that's not technically true. Again, Israel has been closing, like, since they withdrew in 2005, they've been closing all of their border, like, crossing points with Gaza. And there's reports from the UN from as early as, like, January 2006 about, like, situation report on what's happening at the border and, like, how it's impacting people inside of Gaza, that they have no longer any access to. They had no access to, they had no access to Israel anymore. And technically, the border with Egypt was controlled by the Egyptian military, but it was also under Israeli supervision, and Israel had to approve anything that came in and went out. So essentially, that border was closed. But someone pointed out that it's not technically a blockade because, like, they still had access to the sea and all of that, and the actual blockades came a little bit later. So I'm also going to include, like, a clarification that, let's say that they started to gradually closed the borders in 2005 until it became a full-blown blockade a few years later. But yeah, it's, again, worth pointing out that that wasn't technically correct. Yeah, there's a lot of actually, yeah, and I have another link that I wanted to look at about anti-Semitism with the pro-Palestinian side. This one is slightly more nuanced, though, which is this one. This looks very much like a PSYOP account. I'm reasonably certain that, wait, let me find that, because someone else posted about this. Connection successful. Am I back? Being into Israeli propaganda, like you were. Am I back? Being into Israeli propaganda, like you were. Okay, it looks like I'm back. Can I say Marco when you say Polo when you hear me? Marco. Wow, that's a lot of delay. Marco. Okay, I got a bunch of messages at the same time. Okay, I don't know what's happening. When did I disconnect exactly? What was I saying when I got cut off? There's like a 10-second delay, it seems. Okay, so it didn't, I didn't lose too much of the stream. Cool. Wait, this is distracting because now I'm seeing my thing. Okay, so what's the name of that Majority Report person who is pretty big on Twitter, was banned from Twitter by Elon Musk when he reported on, like, he posted like something about Elon Musk's location a few months ago? Forgot his name. Fuck. Identification. Okay. Let me see. Whoa. Okay. What was that guy's name? No, it was not Alex Jones. Matt something? Matt Binder. Yes. Okay. Matt Binder posted about this account, and I think he's almost entirely correct, almost certainly correct on this. He either posts a lot, or it was in his replies. Not this. Anyway, let's just go to... Let's just go to this account. Defund Israel Now. Defund Israel Now. And see what the fuck is up with it. Following. And what Matt Bittner was pointing out was that this account is following all of the far-right neo-Nazi psychos. Kim.com is an absolute psycho. Okay, 4chan AI Compendium. Good job. Combat Veteran. I don't know who this guy is. But there was like Elon Musk, of course. If someone can find the Matt Binder post about this, where Matt Binder had basically found this account super early on, where it barely followed anyone, and every single person that it followed, like 6 people that it followed, were all far-right figures. And it was like, okay, well, that pretty much gives an indication. And now it posted this. So this person is pointing out, I don't know who this person is, but they're pointing out like straight up Nazism. And this is where it gets interesting, because you can then go look at the replies here. And there's so many of them who are like, won't call him a liar though. Okay, let's see what this person is like. Gott mit uns. This was a Nazi slogan. Literally a Nazi slogan. Okay, that tracks. Like, that makes sense. That makes sense for this person to say that. Yeah, no, it's a perfectly... it's exactly that. It's a psyop. It's a pro-Israel account that's trying to make that's trying to make the pro-Palestine side look bad by seeing these kinds of replies. But this reply is, where was that guy? This guy is literally a Nazi. And there were a few others, but then you get to some who fall for it. Don't know who this guy is. I saw one other reply earlier that seemed to be like a genuinely pro-Palestine person who was also fully falling for it and fully saying like, oh yeah, this thing that blames the Jews for every problem on earth, they're perfectly correct. Like, unfortunately, I'm not going to say that it's a majority or if it's that much of the pro-Palestine crowd, but unfortunately, yes, there is absolutely, undeniably an anti-Semitic element in the pro-Palestine crowd. Well, yes, but the fact that it's German, Ivor, I don't know how to pronounce that. The fact that it's in German and that is literally the phrasing that was on, like, I think it was on the belt buckles of Nazi SS uniforms, or maybe not the SS, maybe it was the Wehrmacht, the Nazi, like the Nazi regular soldiers, but it was on their uniforms, phrased exactly like that, which is very sussy at the very least. It means God is with us, but in German, by a supposedly not German account, makes it very sussy. I actually spoke about this when I interviewed Iris Hefetz, who's a Jewish Voice for Peace, like one of the most prominent Jewish voice for peace activists in Germany for my video on Israel-Palestine. And I still need to post that full interview to Patreon. Still need to post all of my full interviews to Patreon. I was supposed to do that this week, and I did some progress, but it's coming. I asked her about a protest that happened in Germany about the same time. It was ostensibly a pro-Palestinian protest, but there was an actual block of full-on jihadist, like pro-caliphate people with jihadist flags and like Taliban flags and all of that, chanting Allahu Akbar and stuff like that. And I was asking her, like, should there be, if you are protesting for human rights, like at a Palestinian pro-Palestine rally, you're there as a pro-human rights person, and you see a block in the protest that is like explicitly against what you stand for human rights, but they're supposedly on the same side as you, like ostensibly on the same side, on the same pro-Palestinian side as you. My Discord is becoming Russophobic right now. Okay. Haven't seen anything. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to look exactly into what you mean by Russophobic. If you mean like critical of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, I'm fine with that. If it's more than that, I'll have to look into it some more later. Can one of my mods look into that and tell me if it's a valid point that Gav is making? I'm open to the possibility of it being a point, but yeah. So yeah, it's mostly a joke. Okay, all good. What was I saying? I was asking Iris Hefetz about that element of the protest, and as a like pro-human rights protester, what responsibility do you have to, like, what response should you have to seeing that there's kind of a block of an element of your movement that is fully not aligned with your own views? Like, should you take that into account? And she had such a, honestly, really weak response to that. A really disappointing response. First of all, it was kind of a call to like, oh, but this is a racist question because you would never ask this about any other movement. And I was like, no, I absolutely would. If I'm at a protest for like any issue whatsoever, whether it's like, I don't know, free speech or like some like worker rights or whatever, and there's a block of neo-Nazis at the protest, I would have serious concerns. I would seriously be wondering, why the fuck am I on the same side as neo-Nazis at this protest? So I think it's totally reasonable to ask that about those kinds of elements at pro-Palestine protests. And then she was like, yeah, but who has the power? And, you know, because the neo-Nazis, like, you can actually go, like, it was just a really disappointing kind of meandering answer that I was like, I expected a bit of a, like, consistent moral stance on that. I don't know. It was a little bit annoying. Anyway. No, but there weren't at the Article 13 demos though. I'm not sure what you're referring to about the Article 13s, but like I meant hypothetically, if there are neo-Nazis at a protest that I'm at as a protester, I would have, like, that's what I'm saying. I would have concerns. And like generally I think that's a reasonable thing to do. Like when you are at a protest, I'm not saying you should definitely leave if there's a block of the protest that you fundamentally disagree with, but at least like start like considering. I think you should definitely ask yourself a few questions. Like you should definitely, like, it's not a good sign, exactly. You should start to wonder like how much influence does this block have in this protest? How representative of the protest overall is it? I don't know, like those kinds of questions. I'm not saying you should definitely like immediately like denounce the protest or whatever, but I do think that it is definitely a question you should be asking yourself. Anyway, so yes, there's a lot of weird kind of technical glitch. A lot of weird stuff happening. Not weird, but like disappointing things in the pro-Palestine movement as a whole, I'm still, to be clear, fully for Palestinian rights. But it's just it's sometimes hard to, like, when these two movements, like the pro-Hamas movement and the pro-Palestine movements, are kind of conflated, and the pro-Hamas people kind of reject you from it. Like, I'm fine being rejected by pro-Hamas people, but if it's like closing me off from even reaching anyone on that side of like having a reasonable conversation because they're not even willing to listen to evidence on that, it's kind of frustrating. I wanted to look at this article that is amazing, and I've seen other, like the New York Times basically copied what they did a few days later, but the Guardian did an amazing like map view of just how much had been destroyed in Gaza since the start of the war. So as of January 17th, analysis of satellite data by Corey Scher at the University of New York, and I guess this is a Dutch name, Jamon van der Hoek of Oregon State University, reveal that between 50% and 62% of all buildings have likely been damaged or destroyed. I had heard a much higher percentage than this, but I guess the question is, like, what do they mean by damaged? But yeah, let's look at this. So here you can see all of these. Oh, I can even see that. Cool. These are just completely obliterated when you look at the map here. What the hell is this? Oh, these are bulldozer marks. Why the fuck would they bulldoze crops? Yeah. Video released on December 12th after this satellite image was taken reveal IDF destroying school buildings run by UNRWA, which is the UN agency in Palestine. Israel said the building was a Hamas outpost. Should we go into the whole UNRWA staff members supposedly taking part in October 7th? Yeah, Hamas crops, exactly. These were Hamas crops, you understand? These crops took part in October 7th, for sure. Yeah, this is just... I guess there's still some buildings standing, obviously. If it's between 50 and 62%, then there are obviously still buildings standing, but look at all this. Look at that. That's the entirety of northern Gaza is just gone. I think the higher percentages that I seen were of northern Gaza, and that 50 to 62% were the entirety of Gaza, I guess. Human name. I don't have a better explanation than you on that. Yeah, it does look like, but I mean, if it's gonna be scorched earth, I guess they would destroy even more of it. Maybe the crops, like the field, was being used for mass graves because apparently Israel has been desecrating mass graves. So maybe Hamas had, like, or Palestinians have been using that field for mass graves instead of crops. Maybe the before photos are a bit older, but yeah, still like like if it's mass graves, there's even less of a reason to go digging up bodies there. But yeah, looking at this, like, these are just apartment buildings. What the fuck? Yes, I'm sure all of this was Hamas outposts, for sure. And now we're definitely in southern Gaza, which they were saying they were not going to hit. Anyway, I'm going to post this article in chat if you want to have a look at it, because it's pretty freaking horrific. Like, look at this map. Like, all of that is gone. And then they're like, because right now there's that debate on in Israeli politics of like the more radical right wing, like far right officials are saying, yeah, no, we're gonna settle, we're gonna resettle Israelis in Gaza. We want Palestinians out forever, like which is the definition of ethnic cleansing. And then you have the people who are trying to send positive messages to the West and saying, no, 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 we don't want to ethnically cleanse Gaza. We want, like, we're just going to get rid of Hamas and then refugees can come back and go back home. So what homes? The homes are you gonna rebuild their homes? No, like it's not like Israel's gonna do anything to help them rebuild. Let's be honest here. Like if they do, it's gonna be like symbolic gestures. There's no way Israel is going to be rebuilding the stuff that they destroyed here, and they basically destroyed everything. So it's pretty horrific. There's another thing that I saw that I thought was really interesting. Was an article from the New York Times from, get this, 1899. You know how pro-Israel people will say, no, it's not a colony, like it's not a colonization project, like that's just like modern day, like people don't even know what colonization is today, like they're totally misusing that term. Back in the day, they would have only used that term for stuff that's way more serious than this. Okay, back in 1899. So this was the earlier points in the Zionist movements. Before World War II, before World War One, the Zionist movement is from the late 1800s, early 1900s. Yeah, Conference of Zionists. Will colonize Palestine. They were talking about this as a colonial project in 1899. Interesting. I thought the term colony was like super inflated and like unreasonably used by people nowadays to describe things that are definitely not a colony. It's kind of like the term genocide. So yeah, if you want to use that link, if you have future debates with people about whether it's a colony or not, yeah, you can look at that. Gav, yeah, I don't think you're wrong on that. Yeah, I'm gonna be posting a short definitely this week. I made this point already in the video that I made, but I have it somewhere. Oh, yeah, too many things here. Let's see if I have it somewhere. Yes. So this was, unfortunately, Johnny Harris deleted his video, so I only have one person who stitched it and is reacting to it. I can close this. Let me turn sound back on. This was a short by Johnny Harris a few days ago. This is just an argument that I've been seeing a lot of in general.
Throwing around the word genocide in this way is going to undermine the term and undermine the real atrocities that are happening in the Gaza Strip. If you want to better understand global politics, follow along for more.
This argument that like, oh my god, you're like misusing genocide, this is ridiculous, like this is not actually a genocide, is something that is used every single time anything like the Economist posted similar arguments. Let me get a book of mine and I'll show it to you in a second. So, if any of you are interested in journalism and in journalism ethics, I would recommend reading this book called When Reporters Cross the Line. It's pretty big, but it's actually pretty, like, very digestible, very approachable. And each chapter is about a different case of a journalist doing something kind of iffy, like sometimes justifiably, sometimes not justifiably, but it's always like, okay, there's a conversation to be had about this. The very first chapter is about how, so during the what was it again? Which war exactly? I think it was the Bosnian War. Yes, it was the Bosnian War. There was a case of there were concentration camps operated by Serbia during the Bosnian War, and a few journalists went there, reported on it. Some of them were working for TV channels, others were working for magazines. They took photos, they took video, they wrote about it, they did news broadcasts about it, saying this is a concentration camp. And the Serbian government sued them for defamation, saying, how dare you use the word concentration camp to describe what we're doing? This is a refugee camp. This is absolutely outrageous that you would use that word and compare what we're doing to the Nazis. And there was a BBC journalist, and this is the case in the first chapter of a journalist doing something iffy. There was a BBC journalist who decided to speak on the side of the Serbian government to say, yeah, those journalists committed malpractice by saying the word by using the word concentration camp. The thing is, the word concentration camp has a definition, and the definition is not anything that is at the level of Nazi death camp. It is just what is the actual, I guess there's something in the Geneva Convention or something. Concentration camp definition. Let's see. A place in which a large number of people, essentially political prisoners or members of persecuted minorities, are deliberately imprisoned in a relatively small area with inadequate facilities, sometimes to provide forced labor or await mass execution. Sometimes. The term is most strongly associated with, and this is the key part. The term is most strongly associated with the several hundred camps established by the Nazis in Germany and occupied Europe in the Second World War. But not all concentration camps are at the level of Nazi Germany. Just like not all genocides are a Holocaust. So saying, "Oh my God," there was that. What was that? Should we retire the word genocide? Okay, there you go. Wall Street Journal. Boop. Is it time to retire the word genocide? Oh my God, because young people today are using the word genocide in ways that are super unreasonable, because what's happening in Gaza is clearly not what the Nazis did during World War II. Yeah, but the Nazis didn't, the definition of genocide isn't what the Nazis did in World War II, just like the definition of concentration camp isn't what the Nazis did in World War II. And in the case of this BBC reporter who spoke on the side of Serbia, he really regretted that later. And he said after the trial, when all the evidence came out and they showed all of the photos that they took, and they demonstrated during the trial that the concentration camps in Serbia were, yes, concentration camps, that journalist had to issue an apology letter and said, yeah, no, I fucked up there. I should never have said that. And I really feel all of these, Germany saying, oh, we're gonna speak on the side of Israel to say that this is obviously definitely not a genocide, or people saying that we should retire the term genocide, or Johnny Harris says that it's undermining making it harder to talk about the actual atrocities happening in Gaza, or the Economist saying that it was undermining the International Court of Justice. It is officially not ridiculous to talk about what's happening in Gaza as a genocide. Does that mean that it's definitely 100% a genocide? No. But wait a second. Did I lose a pencil? Oh, no, cool. Okay, I still have it here. The idea that, the ICJ already ruled that there's enough evidence for them to take seriously the case of genocide, and that they're going to be looking into it, which should already be enough. Here's another green cap. Boom. Here's another article. Israel's campaign in Gaza plausibly amounts to genocide, U.S. court finds. Like, I'm fine with people saying, you know what, I looked at the evidence. I personally don't think it is. I would like to see this to convince me that it's a genocide. That is a reasonable take to have. But to say that it is ridiculous to say it's a genocide when so many people are, like, so many courts and so many experts are finding that yes. And to be fair, some experts are saying that it's not. And you can't, like, dismiss the experts that agree with you and only listen to the experts that, sorry, dismiss the experts that disagree with you and only listen to the experts that you want to listen to. Obviously not. You shouldn't do that. You should accept that this is going to be kind of a, either there's not enough evidence yet and there's going to be more evidence coming out that it's going to make it super clear cuts one way or the other. At this point, with the evidence that's already out, it seems like it's very plausibly the case, and more evidence is going, like, it would be hard to imagine evidence coming out that would make it less likely to be the case. The ICJ is either going to find that, yeah, we're, like, missing a little bit, like, it's, like, on the edge, but it's not quite at our standard for what we consider genocide, or more evidence is going to come out, or even maybe with the evidence that's already out, they're going to say, yeah, no, definitely it is. But to say that it's ridiculous or absurd that it is just denying reality. Like, it's just denying so many different rulings and experts and, like, all the people that I cited in my video of open letters by professionals and experts on genocide and historians and all of that. Yeah, it's like that whole dismissal of it, and I've spoken to historians who are like, oh, like, who are exactly doing the Johnny Harris thing of being worried about using the term genocide as, like, somehow diminishing the word or something like that. And I'm like, nah, just no. That is a very, is there a word for this kind of what happened in the past is necessarily always, like, the reason why we know, again, I'm not saying that what's happening in Gaza is exactly the same as what happened under Nazi Germany. I love the title of this stream. Which title? I'm not saying the you are talking about the fact that it's still a chill stream, even though there's some pretty fucked up things that I'm talking about. I'm not saying that the fuck, what was I saying? I need to stop reading chat when I'm in the middle of making a point. The idea that it's diminishing what happened, like, the diminishing what's happening, or diminishing the word genocide to call that what a genocide. Like, people didn't know about the Holocaust while the Holocaust was happening. And there's still a lot of evidence that's going to come out of what's happening in Gaza. And again, maybe the evidence is going to fall short of definitely making that claim, but it's not ridiculous, and it will only go up from here, basically. Yeah, I agree, Ivor. So the Genocide Convention doesn't cover cultural genocides. So cultural genocides are a completely separate category, and then you can go into, like, technicalities that the trans community, because the word genocide applies to, like, certain ethnic groups or whatever, and, like, that doesn't, like, the trans community kind of falls outside of the technical definitions for what genocide can apply to. I think you can make a case for, like, possibly it being a cultural genocide, but it's I agree with you that the case for genocide in Gaza is easier to make than the case for genocide in the trans community. I don't think the genocide in the trans community, like, the thing is, what you need to look out for is what the early stages of genocide are. And some of the rhetoric used by Republican officials in the US are, like, super, super, like, dehumanizing and denying the existence of trans people and all of that, and, like, wanting to basically erase them from public view definitely can fall into, like, the early stages of a cultural genocide, but it's a whole, like, different conversations. Like, there is no refugee camp of trans people being bombed in the US. So it's a harder case to make, for sure. Could it happen in the future? honestly, like if you have some of the more wacky, extreme, far right politicians in the U.S. taking power, I could see it happen. But for the moment, it's just something to like raise alarm, and it's something that should activate people to go vote rather than calling it like going to the ICJ today and saying, "Hey, there's a genocide happening." Like, just let's prevent it from happening through political means first, I guess. I I think that covers the serious stuff that I wanted to cover. Is there stuff that you would like me to have a specific look at before my voice gives out? Because I was also thinking of doing, like I said in the title, more of a chilled stream today, and maybe play some video games. Yeah, like they're definitely like I think it's undeniable, Monsieur Balls, that trans people are being are very much being discriminated against the U.S. and discriminated like violently, like being murdered disproportionately, and all of that. I don't know if that falls as far as social media hearing was funny. Oh yeah, yeah. Did we look at that? I think it's been very extensively covered by other streamers. I don't feel like I have much to add. If you've heard about the social media hearing and the U.S. was it a senator who was like, what nationality are you? Oh, I'm Singaporean. Are you Chinese? No, I'm Singaporean. Are you affiliated with the Communist Party in China? No, I'm Singaporean. Have you ever been affiliated with the Communist Party in China? Yeah, like I don't have anything to add to the like. There's people who covered it much better than I could already. Um, Jeremier, I very early on, I wondered about that. There's absolutely true reporting that there was at least one analyst. There's New York Times. Yes, asking the real questions. There's a New York Times article. Let me find it. Let's see. New York Times. Mossad knew about October 7th. Yep, there you go. Okay. This. My computer's behaving weirdly today. So yeah, there is a there. It is true that some people within Israeli intelligence did hear about the attack, and apparently they tried to. This article, I'll post it in the chat as well. There you go, and there you go. So there was at least one Israeli intelligence officer who had seen proof that they were preparing something. They didn't have the specific date or anything like that, but that they were definitely preparing something, and tried to raise the alarm. And the reasonable kind of non-conspiratorial explanation is that they just didn't take her seriously. It was a woman, so maybe that's why they didn't take her seriously. But they were super dismissive of Hamas's capabilities, and they were basically like, yeah, no, like don't worry about this. This is nothing. Just like go back to work. You can ignore this. This isn't worth worrying about. Is it possible that there's a more nefarious explanation, like they were trying to, like they wanted an excuse to get rid of Palestinians in Gaza and to resettle Gaza and whatever, so they let it happen? Look, again, conspiratorial thinking, as I was saying earlier in stream, you should be super skeptical of it. Am I saying definitely it's impossible that could have possibly happened? No, anything is possible, but I would like to see way more evidence. At this point, it's pure speculation, and it's Yeah, it sounds a bit much to me, at least. I'm not saying there's no possibility whatsoever of that being the case. It sounds a bit much to me. Okay, give me a sec. Take a breather. How many people are watching, by the way? I've been paying less. I've been trying to pay less attention to stream today. Oh, what the hell? Not seeing chat on YouTube. Okay, chat is back. I've been trying to pay less attention to stream today. So, because I in previous streams, even during an interview, I was getting super distracted every single time I tried to make a point. So, yeah. But yeah, did I miss anything important? Did someone like bring something up earlier that they really wanted me to address and I forgot about it? Or I like moved on to a different point? Oh yeah, let's do that. Thank you, Mistress Lynn. I'm way too dyslexic to be a streamer. Mistress Lynn, thank you for reminding me. Yes, everyone, like the stream. Like the stream. If you're not already a subscriber, please subscribe. If you feel like donating, there's a link. So you can obviously donate through super chats, but I still haven't fixed it so that the super chats appear on screen when they arrive. But there is a link. The top link in my description is actually a donation link that will appear on screen, and you can include a message, and I'll read those obviously. But yes, like the stream. If you want to support. If you want to subscribe on Patreon, please do. Yep, do that. All of that. Kanji Dao, my take on immigration in Europe. It's complicated. Actually, I'm working on a very big long-term project that's not going to happen for at least a year, but if it does happen, it's going to be awesome. On the whole, kind of the 10-year anniversary of the Syrian migration crisis and the overall like undocumented immigrants coming to Europe since then. Obviously, it's not something that we can just go like, oh, full open borders, no problem whatsoever. Like, it is slightly more complicated than that. And they're like, if we're just gonna have like massive refugee camps like we have in Greece and Italy and do nothing about it, that's kind of fucked. So there are definitely things that need to be done. But honestly, the fear mongering about undocumented immigrants, I know a few people who came here as refugees, and they're like more integrated into Germany than I am. They like speak German. They have jobs here. They're not like the whole idea of them being welfare queens who brought their family back. No, they came here. The Palestinian person that I interviewed for my video came here on a student visa from Palestine, from the West Bank, and married one of his I think it was another student. It was someone that he met while in law school here in Germany. And yeah, this is like perfectly integrated into German society and has his German citizenship and is married to, I think she's Latvian, but like it's not like they're all like bringing over people from wherever, and like that, like are there some that do that? Yeah, like does it seem unreasonable if you're a refugee to want to come with your family? No, obviously not. But at the same time, like there are considerations to have, especially like there has been a problem with kind of extremists, like Muslim extremists committing terrorism in Europe. Yes. It's hard to deny that. How many of them were like refugees who came here recently? How many of them were people who were born here in those communities, like in Muslim communities, and radicalized over time. I'm sure that there are some in both. I don't have specific thoughts on Moroccan immigrants, rather like as opposed to anyone else, but I do think that like there are some complications that I'm definitely going to. I don't, other than my general stance being, again, pro human rights. Refugees have the right to asylum. Have like um, should be treated with dignity and respect, and given every chance that they can to be refugees, and be able to leave the situations they're in. And the far right doesn't want any of that. And like there's legal immigrations from coming from these countries, and there's asylum seekers coming from these countries, and both of them are perfectly valid. When it comes to like, okay, I guess this is my take. When it comes to people who are coming here for economic opportunity, the problem is that Europe, the Western world in general, this is the problem with capitalism. Okay. You know how Dubai is the perfect encapsulation of capitalism in a single location, in that you basically have slave labor that is there, that is kind of invisible and hidden away, but they like have ghettos of people who are basically working as slaves, and they have them live in apartment buildings, and like they have these like rundown apartment buildings with like super low standards, where there's like 12 people in a room. They take their passports away. There's slave labor in Dubai that is not called slave labor, but it's definitely there. And that allows, it's one of the things along with like massive tourism revenue and speculation and all of that, and oil money, although oil money technically is more from Abu Dhabi than Dubai. Dubai doesn't have that much of the rights to the oil, but that's a whole other conversation. It's one of the things that allows the rich people in Dubai to have such comfortable lives, is the horrible conditions in which the slaves live. That is basically the entire world. Like, the only difference is that it is not as localized all in the same place all over the world. But if you live comfortably in Europe, you are able to live that comfortably because of people living horrible lives somewhere else in the world, like sweatshops in Bangladesh making your fast fashion labor, and there's no safety regulations for the buildings that they're in, so that when there's a fire, they all die in that building. Or what's it called? The iPhone factories in China. What are they called? Fox something. Let's see. iPhone factories. Foxconn, the iPhone factories in China. They put nets under the windows of iPhone factories to catch the people who jump out the window during their shifts. And we in Europe have good like labor standards overall. Could be better, but honestly, some of the best in the world. And that's great, but we're able to have this level of comfort and the privilege of having the labor standards that we are, while having like cheap goods at the prices that we have them, because other places in the world don't have these luxuries, don't have these labor standards, and they make all the shit that we consume. So when people come from those countries and arrive in Europe demanding or like hoping to have the same standard of living as we do in Europe, I can't blame that for it. When the far right, or even the like regular center right, is like looking down upon people who arrive in Europe illegally, and not as refugees, not with like a genuine asylum claim, but they call them like economic migrants, or like labor migration or whatever. How can you blame them for that? Like, if they don't have the option of coming here legally because they're not privileged in the way that they can just like buy a visa, or like they don't have the level of skills that would allow them to apply for the right whatever, fit the right boxes, check the right boxes to come here legally, and they're stuck in their horrible living conditions, and they're like, yeah, this is not how is this fair? And they decide to come here. I can't blame anyone for doing that. That's my thought on migration. Does it mean that it's super easy? Just open all the borders and things will sort themselves out? Probably not. I love that within Europe there are very few border checks, and you can basically, if you have the right to live in France, you have the right to live in Sweden. You have the right to, like, you will not have any issues moving to anywhere within the what's it called, the Schengen zone. I love that, and that's something that I've massively benefited from. And would it be great if we could just extend that to the entire planet? Yes, I would like that. Do I think we can just like snap all borders away today and do that? Probably not. It's probably a little bit more complicated, but I can't blame people for jumping fences, looking for a better life, considering how much we benefit from the exploitation of people living horrible lives in other countries. I guess that summarizes my take on immigration. But yeah, I'm really knocking on wood here that I'm working on something that hopefully will it's a dream project of mine to look at this issue in way more than one video. Like, my videos right now are half an hour long, and they're already too long, and I want to make this into a much longer project, and hopefully that's going to happen in the next year, but we'll see what happens. Uh, well, I mean, in the 20th century, Jews were also fleeing more than just like economic situations. They were fleeing like, yeah, the like early stages of a genocide. I mean, human name. I like a lot of stuff that's on RedTube. There's a lot of RedTubers that I really like. I don't know exactly what counts as RedTube, what doesn't count as RedTube. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff on RedTube that I completely agree with. It's just frustrating to me that apparently they've just lost their minds on the idea that you can't criticize actual video, talk about actual video evidence of war crimes being committed by the side they support because it's the side they support. I guess it's like one illustration of kind of a of how you get to communist authoritarianism, where they like censor media and all of that. Like, oh, this thing that we support has some problems, let's censor that, let's not talk about it. And then you end up in a situation where it's like you are literally don't know what the truth is anymore because people are not allowed to talk about inconvenient truths. Like, I'm sorry, but like, some of the horrors that Hamas did on October 7th are inconvenient truths. If you're pro-Palestine, it's fine to be pro-Palestine, but you also have to Marcus, I early on the stream, I was talking about how I tried to post my Israel-Palestine video on RedTube, and it was deleted by mods who were telling me that I could repost it if I deleted the section that was critical of Hamas. Yeah, I agree, Miss Obscuria, basically. I used to be way more militantly atheistic. I'm still an atheist, and I'm still like I think I'm still generally have a stance critical of religions overall, but I'm way more accepting of people who have different views than me on that than I used to be. Secularism to me is not negotiable though. Like, even when it's like some countries in Europe are starting to pass laws against even criticizing some religions, and to me, even that I'm basically like I don't think there's a meaningful difference between atheist and agnostic. It's kind of like, I guess, I've seen different definitions of agnostic. Some are like just like, are you unsure, but like leaning towards no. In that case, you're agnostic. I'm like 95% sure that it's that there is no God, but yeah. Yeah, but Cenk and Vosh are not as far left as most people on the far left. Like, there's a lot of people who are way more far. Oh, I didn't talk about this. Yeah, because I wanted to point out this thing is like people on the more like Hassan. Sorry, I was gonna say Hamas. On the Hassan side of the internet were okay. Let me say it this way: a lot of people, even in my comments on the Israel Palestine video, were telling me that Hamas only went after military targets. It's like literally not true. There's like so much evidence that they didn't just go after military targets. You can't say that. It is just made up. That being said, this. That being said, if Hamas had gone after only military targets and had like collateral damage as they were going, even after like infrastructure, like roads or bridges or like ports or whatever, and some civilians had been caught up in the attacks that they'd done on infrastructure or military targets, that is just like happens in war, and it's not. So the definition of proportionality in war, it's a lot of people mistake it as being like, oh, you killed 5 people on our side and destroyed 1 building, so we need to respond proportionally by killing 5 of your people and destroy a building. That's not what proportionality is in war. Proportionality is about weighing the proportionality there is weighing the strategic advantage that you get from an action with the harm that it will do to civilian populations. And if the strategic advantage outweighs the harm to civilian populations, then you've done that calculation and you can theoretically go ahead. So I'm not necessarily against, like, it's an unfortunate reality of war that when you're going to go after strategic targets, civilians are going to die. That is not what happened on October 7th. First of all, like, undeniably, it is not what happened on October 7th. But the funniest thing is that the far left kind of people who are defending October 7th were super butthurt about Ukrainian military going after strategic targets in Ukraine, like when they attacked the bridge to Crimea. And I'm assuming there were probably some civilian drivers on that bridge who died that day. And oh my God, like the far left side of the internet were, and Hassan specifically, were super angry at Ukraine for doing that. They were like, no, this is civilian infrastructure and this is a war crime and blah blah blah. It's like they killed maybe like a dozen, maybe 20 people on that bridge. I don't know what the number is, but it was a bridge. Like it's not like there were homes there. They maybe inconvenienced a bunch of people who couldn't use the bridge anymore and probably killed a few drivers on that bridge. They were super, super against that action. But then when Hamas goes into Israel to a music festival that has no strategic value whatsoever and kills hundreds of people and goes like door to door into civilian areas, they're like, oh, you can't even talk about that, and we're going to delete your video from this forum for pointing that out. It's just like the hypocrisy is through the roof. Because in both cases, it's like in the case of Ukraine, it was fighting off an invasion from Russia. In the case of Hamas, it's fighting an occupation. Just that the approach is very different. And I'm not against Hamas fighting occupation with legitimate targets. And music festivals are not legitimate targets. Yeah, I agree, Subad. Like my parents didn't. My parents are less atheistic than me. They're not particularly religious, but they didn't. Like, it would have been totally fine if I had turned out religious. I think my dad is like, in none of his behavior is he religious in any way. We never go to church or anything like that. I don't think he has ever, but he very much like identifies culturally as Christian, and like he'll say that, yeah, we're a Christian family, but it's more like a cultural signifier than any kind of level of religiosity. When I tell them, no, I'm a secular person. I'm an atheist. I'm not. I don't. I'm like, yeah, we come from a Christian culture, I guess, but I don't like calling myself like or our family a Christian family. It feels weird to me. But like I'm fully fine with people like figuring things out by their own. But that goes both ways. Like I think it's also fucked up when families impose their religion on their children. Yeah, exactly. Miss Obscuria, the like obviously like the massacres in Bucha and all of that were super fucked up from Russian side. Like Russia has done like untold numbers of war crimes. And honestly, overall, even the few times that Ukraine did attack into Russia, they've been pretty freaking exemplary. Even like we can talk about the Azov battalion and like all of that all we want, and how the left doesn't like that there are far right people in the Ukrainian military. Spoiler: like there are far right people in every military on Earth. That's like tends to be the case with militaries in general. But overall, the Ukrainian military has been pretty exemplary in terms of war crimes and all. They haven't gone after civilians. Even their drone attacks in Russia have been very targeted, very limited, mostly to send a signal and to tell Russian leadership, hey, or to tell the Russian population, this can reach you, kind of as trying to send a wake up call that the war isn't just in Ukraine. But I don't think if they've killed civilians in Russia, it was probably less than a dozen. Yeah, and the Russian military is way worse than the Ukrainian military when it comes to far right people. Like, there was I saved this on Twitter. I don't know if I still have it in my in my bookmarks. Let me see if I do. There was a super young a kid who just joined the military straight out of high school or something in Russia. So, and the whole, obviously the Russian operation, um no, I don't have it anymore. The Russian operation supposedly was to denazify Ukraine, and this kid had like black sun, like Nazi symbolism on his uniform. Russian, like in the Russian military. So the Nazi Russian military is going into Ukraine to denazify Ukraine, is just the height of hypocrisy. And a bunch of leftist people are fully on board with it. Yeah, I mean it's kind of like the whole what was it, the Osama bin Laden memorandum, like sorry, not memorandum, what's the word I'm looking for? The bin Laden manifesto from after 9/11 that went viral on TikTok, and a bunch of people were like, "Oh my god, I never realized that Osama bin Laden actually had thoughts." It's like that doesn't make them right. The fact that he could justify it from his own rationale, like everyone can justify what they're doing from their own rationale. That doesn't make them right. I don't know that specific guy, but there's one of the loudest pro-Palestinian voices is Jackson Hinkle, who's a paid Russian propagandist, who's been a paid Russian propagandist for a while. It's just like there's so many of them, and I, as a zero budget, purely living off of like at this point still unemployment benefits and Patreon subscription, I'm trying to like break in with like nuanced takes and like, hey, let's actually look at things a little bit more with a little bit more subtlety than just saying good and bad and lying when it's convenient for my side. It's kind of hard to compete with that. So yeah. Message to America: I was so anti-Semitic. Yeah, basically that is word for word. If you take the entire Bin Laden manifesto and you plug it into ChatGPT and you say, summarize this in 5 words, the 5 words will be, I was so anti Semitic. Exactly that. Gav, not specifically. Is it like Jewish investors and whatever, something like that? I don't know specifically. Yeah, Jackson Hinkle is the MAGA communist, but he's like a paid Russian influencer, like propagandist, who's like MAGA communist. Like, yes, MAGA communist is basically the Russian position. It's like pro Trump, but also nostalgic of Soviet Russia. That's exactly Putin there. Give me a sec, and I need to rest a little bit. So let's play some video games. I would like to do a video on Turkish politics. Uh, let's see in a second. I have an idea for what we can play, but I'll maybe run a poll or something. I was contacted very early on in my channel. I think it was after I put out my second video, maybe even after the first video, by a Syrian refugee in Turkey, about making a video on Turkey. And I would be really interested, and especially at the time there was the whole debate about like Turkey blocking Sweden and Finland from entering NATO, and also them kind of trying to force in concessions on them joining the EU. I kind of need some level of what's the word? Newsworthiness to cover something. But definitely I would be interested in. The thing is, I'm doing one video a month, and I don't have, unless I shorten my videos to like 5 minutes where I can do more than like 2 or 3 a month, it's going to be hard for me to cover everything I want to cover. But at some point, if my channel continues in the long term, I will definitely do some Turkey related stuff for sure. Yeah. I had not heard. Oh, wait? Is that the Coach Red Pill guy or something like that? Kanji doll, the Red Pill American influencer. I mean, Suba, technically, I'm dedicating all of my time to the channel. The thing is, I'm on. I'm dedicating all my time to the channel. Yeah, Gonzalo Lira. Let's see. I'm most of my income is coming from unemployment benefits. I just hope that I manage to grow the channel to the point where I can phase out the unemployment benefits before they run out. Wasn't he American? Gonzalo Lira, Chilean American, novelist, commentator, self-styled dating coach. Yeah, he was Coach Red Pill. Yeah, that was him. Yeah, I heard about this. You can't see it, but right here, I have both of my cats sleeping, so they're in frame. Wait, there, yeah, there you go. You can see her. Thank you, Subud. I think so too. I also think I deserve 1,000,000 subs. So like the stream, share my channel. Okay, if you, how many of you are active in any kind of either other Discord or subreddits? Or Twitter? Because if you can share my last video or any of my other videos in whatever other Discords you have, whatever subreddits you have, I would be super, super thankful, because I'm not particularly good at, like, and honestly, like, every single time I completely burn myself out to finish a video. I'm like working until 4 a.m. and then waking up as early as possible the next day to work the entire day to finish the editing of the video because I gave myself like an arbitrary deadline for something and then always overshoot the deadline anyway. It turns out that the Israel-Palestine video that is like heavily centered on Holocaust monuments and stuff, just purely by coincidence, I did not do this on purpose, came out on Holocaust Remembrance Day or Holocaust Memorial Day, which was I don't know if that was in bad taste or something, but yeah, that's a funny coincidence. But you know, I always burn myself out, and like this week I just crashed and I fell sick and I couldn't do any. Like I worked a little bit as much as I could, but I was just sick for most of the week. And I'm like, I can't, like, I don't have the energy to promote the videos. I tried to post in a couple subreddits. I'm gonna start posting shorts next week. But it's hard to find the time. By the way, I think it was Jeremier of many streams ago, one of my first streams this year, was asking me if I was looking for a video editor. If any of you either are video editors or know video editors who, even if they don't have a lot of experience, like know how to edit videos, at least in basic ways, and would be willing to consider kind of, because I can't afford to pay anyone for videos themselves, but willing to consider kind of revenue shares, knowing that for the moment it would be basically starting from scratch, but as the channel grows they would be earning part of that. They can contact me on like any of my social media. I guess, I mean, I have first of all, I have my email public on YouTube. If you, I think there's a captcha to like a box to tick or something, or on the Discord, or on Instagram DMs, like slide into my Instagram DMs or my TikTok DMs. But yeah, I would not mind having some help, especially to cut segments from this stream and help grow the channel in that way to get more people to watch the stream would be cool. So if someone knows, either someone is a video editor, someone knows a video editor who's trying to like get started on that and wouldn't mind dedicating some time, like for probably little to no money at first with the possibility of getting more as the channel grows, reach out. That would be cool. It might be too early for me to be considering this, but better better think about it early than be too late and take too long to grow the channel because I didn't have the infrastructure to actually do anything cool. I will reply to this later. Okay, so I talked about this a few streams ago, but there's actually more people watching the streams today than usual. So what I have in mind is to, the few times where I'm going to be playing video games, which is not going to be every stream. This is not a video game stream, but hey, I mean, we're still, we can have fun, especially if I'm sick. When I do play video games, I was thinking of playing video games that where either politics or journalism are a relevant, like, important aspect of the game. And one game that I've heard a lot about but never played is at this point it's you can almost call it a retro game because it's like 3 generations back. Is from what's it called? Beyond Good and Evil, where it's the only game that I know of where the main character that you play is a journalist. Play Roblox Syrian shenanigans. That sounds hilarious. I heard about this, Kiwi Man. I've tried that and I didn't see a big difference. If anything, when I tried to publish videos for non-subscribers, they performed way less than usual. But like when I publish them on other platforms where you don't have that option to do it, they also underperform. So it's just possible that those shorts that I did post were just not great to begin with. But yeah. In Outlast, you also play as a journalist. I do not know Outlast. Let's see what that is. Outlast. I will look into this. I think someone suggested this. Freelance investigative journal. Oh, cool. Okay. I've been I tested. I've seen clips, like seconds of clips of gameplay of Beyond Good and Evil, so I do not know anything about the game other than what the character looks like and the fact that she's a journalist. But I did test it out just to see if by the way, my controller is the meme controller from the Ocean Gate Titanic disaster, because I wanted something that was also relevant to journalism, and this was a big story in the news. But I just wanted to check if the game was working, if my controller was connected to the game properly. And I only played for like 1 minute, and good thing that I did, because it turns out that this game is pretty old at this point and not very stable on PC, in such a way that by default it was in French and there was no menu setting to change it to English or anything like that. I had to like go into the the Windows registry thing and like create a file and like install something in my computer that would like hack my system to change the language of the game. So that was fun, and I'm glad I didn't have to do that on stream, because that would have been really awkward to have the game stream in English. But yeah, that was fun. I got it on Steam. Steam, like not Steam France or anything like that. It was actually like I looked at forums, and apparently by default, for some weird technical reason of the structure of the game file, it's just by default in French, because the company Ubisoft is a French company, so like something weird happened. Okay, let me. So yeah, I was thinking of starting with that game, and then we can play other games in the future. But I've heard a lot of good things about this game over the years, so I figured it was a good place to start. Give me a Hogwarts Legacy. No, thank you. Let's see this. I have no idea how stable this, like how this is gonna look if I run it this way. What does Uplay? Give me a sec. Is this working? Okay. So we are here. This turned on. Ah, fuck. Okay, I have to fix this. Okay, this is not going to be good. Resolution is a bit of an issue. I'm going to... how can I do this? I want to keep this setting in general. No. This might be older than you. I don't know how old you are, but this game might be older than you. So how do I... Yes, duplicate this. Let's call it gaming. Ah, fuck. Cancel. Delete this. Remove. Okay. Tap a duplicate. Okay, and now I want to make this. Where is it? Right screen. There you go. Make this so that that thing is so big Jesus, that needs to be huge. I don't even. What the hell? This is horrible to do. Okay. Yeah, that's almost good enough. Okay, it's about this size. Man, this resolution is... What resolution is this? This is insane. Like 30 pixel by 30 pixel. Oh, it's because I have a 4K screen. Okay, that makes sense. I could just change the resolution of my screen, but anyway. I think this should look more normal. Let's do this so chat has space. Or like, should I... Okay. Should I do this so that I'm not hiding a corner of the screen, but chat is in front of the screen, or this? Or just put it in the middle? I'll just put it in the center. Like that. And now let's try again. Okay, that does look a lot better. We still have black bars top and bottom. Okay, we might be able to fix that. Give me a sec. 2003 according to Google. Yes, that does make it probably older than a lot of people in chat. Because you people are... I'm a boomer in comparison to people in chat, I guess. Okay, I'm kind of doing this blind at this point. Would this be okay? Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's go with this. Okay, give me a sec. Is chat too big? I think chat is too big now. Let's make chat a little bit smaller. Chat box. This, like this. That scene. LOL, may I add you as a friend on stream? Do you meet on Steam or on stream? Sure, you can add me as a friend on Steam. What's my... StanRN is my account on Steam. Oh, okay. Let's get the earphones out. Anyone can add me, I guess. Oh wait, I didn't activate desktop audio on this. Desktop audio. Hopefully it's not too loud. Let me see. Filters, let's just do this. Probably needs to be at a regular level. Okay. Whoops.
The war has arrived at the gates of Hillis. This peaceful mining planet in System 4 is now completely encircled by the Dom's Armada.
I accidentally started the game,
General
but let's
Supreme
go.
Commander of the Alpha Forces would like to take this opportunity to address a final message to the population.
Loyal Hillians, the impending battle will be a difficult one, but thanks to the Alpha section...
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna quickly change the name of the stream. Because we're not talking about politics anymore, so let's do... Journalist plays Beyond Good and Evil for the first time. I'm gonna keep the old title somewhere else. Boom, keep that aside. And I'm gonna do that on Twitch as well. Okay. This back on so I can see this. Facecam is better in the upper corner. Okay, let's do the upper corner then for the like this. See ya, Pippa. And here we go.
They're coming. Quick, Ven, jump up. Go to
Hey,
the
they
cage.
use the
I'll take
same
care of the shield.
font as me, the handwritten font on screen.
Shield activated. Shield disabled.
Your optimal
name?
account is
350.
units short. Your electrical supply has
Hard to
just
say.
been blocked.
My favorite games are. I have no idea what's happening. My favorite games are like Zelda. I guess I played a lot of Minecraft, so I would have to put my favorite games and StarCraft. The first two Max. I have never played Max Payne 3, but the first two Max Paynes were also really cool. I don't know if that gives me like a specific type of game. A retro game in general. Early Zeldas, like Zelda on the SNES, is one of my favorite games ever. This is way later on than SNES days, but it still feels very retro. Okay, I have no idea what that. I thought this was a game about journalism.
I've got it handled.
Is this just a game where the character is a journalist but that has nothing to do with the story itself? It's just the incidents of things? Or does journalism become a more relevant gameplay against the game? So far I think just button mash this. Okay, I'll lower the volume. Give me a sec. Lower the volume here. I'll move this left by just a couple of pixels. Okay. Okay, is this better right now? Is the music better? It's hard for me to read chat at the same time. Our chat is on a different screen than me, so it's going to be a little bit complicated. But yeah, that should be better. Wait a second. It up. Wait, no. Didn't move the right thing. Give me a sec. Chat. Screen. Right screen. Is this better? Ah! Okay. No, I did not do that on purpose. Why is it slow motion now? Is the is the audio better now? I can lower it some more. Back up. I'll just lower it almost all the way down. Okay, maybe that's too low. Yeah, it looks like it's too low. That's basically no volume at all. still too low. Let's try this. That should be fine, hopefully. Cool. Is this like a BoJack Horseman universe where human characters and animal, like anthropomorphic animal characters? Oh wait. Okay. Are live in the same universe, or is there another reason why there's a pig helping me out right now? Ew. Ouch. Okay, I'm almost dead. I'm probably gonna die. Okay. Oops. Sorry, piggy. Ah. Okay. Just so you know, this as a journalist, this happens to me all the time. There's no dialogue for now, is there? Okay. I will raise the volume so you can hear the dialogue. Apparently it's super sensitive. It goes from no audio at all to too much audio, so it's kind of hard to find the right balance. This is a bit higher. Let's hope that's the right level. Good evening, Pios. The music is louder than dialogue. I think that's just the way that the game audio is mixed. Maybe I'll check the menu setting, the settings menu later to try to fix that.
We're gonna be able to pay to get the hovercraft fixed with that.
Hey, Secundo, scan this for me, will ya?
Okay, Yates.
Una per Daramis. Bueno, Yid, but be careful. I did a checkup on you after your fight, and I noticed something got inside your psycho karma.
Okay. I hope I hope there's some explanation at the as to what the fuck is going on later on, because I have no idea what any of this means. Is this how games?
Alpha sections, Patrol 21, all's clear. You may go up without fear.
Okay. I asked my partner to play a game that I used to play when I was young. It was the Zelda on SNES, and they had a super hard time getting into it because games back then were just way less. Like there wasn't a tutorial early on in the game.
Luckily, our elite forces have once again arrived in the nick of time. I'm coming to you live from the Southern Lighthouse Shelter. Here is where some of the children whose parents have been captured by the Doms have been taken in by two devoted and courageous Hylians.
Yeah, it really feels like this is just dropping you in the middle of whatever the fuck is happening, and you just have to roll with it until you can figure it out later. Which is not. It feels like modern games are way more hand-holdy than this.
Cut! Hey, Pop, stay zen. Don't get your snout bent out of shape. All right, boys, that's a wrap. Pack it up.
Yeah, that's the only journalism in the entire game. Your character is a journalist, she does one interview, and then we never talk about it again. I guess that's because I was on half a heart of health at the end of that fight.
Paige, she's okay. She's waking up.
Oh, Jade, how are you feeling, darling?
I'm fine, Paige. I'm fine. Still no power?
Nope. Now that the shield is on the blitz, we're sitting ducks for every Vorax in the area.
What a pessimisto! Your faithful servant, Secundo, has found the answer to
It's
your
Jade with a D.
Secundo, we're stuck
But yeah,
here.
good
No
good
hovercraft,
good
no
aesthetic
shield.
for sure.
Optima has cut off the power. The account is empty.
Units, you want units? You come to Secundo, mia bella. Listen to this. The director, Senora from the Science Center, wants a collection of all the animals on the planet. She pay you dinero for any photo you send with little animal on it. Mira, that beast, for example. You take picture of it and tenga, mucho units. Even your perro interests them.
Not another one of your harebrained plans, Segundo. Gonna have to recheck your circuits. Who could possibly be interested in that kind of thing? We're in the middle of a war, son.
You understand nada, bacon breath. Control of the species is mucho importante. Yet, you go get your camera back, and we'll see if Secundo has pepperoni on his processor. Ciao!
I found your camera, Jade. I put it right over there.
What's the name of the pig? Because I think he has a point. If we're in the middle of a war, I don't think taking photos of, how do I pick it up? Oh, okay, this camera.
Ready. It's up to you now, Yate.
Press RB. Which one is RB? Okay. Camera. Zoom, unzoom. Press A to take picture. Okay. Got it. Okay. So yeah, probably not a priority to like do wildlife photography if we're in a war. Can you imagine the wildlife photographer in Gaza right now? Oh. Whoa, this is super sensitive. Ah, it's way too sensitive. This is insane. Ah. Okay, this is maximum. Okay. Got it.
Hi, Jade. I see Secundo already talked to you about the job. The war is taking its toll. We need a complete inventory of all species living on the planet. Thanks for the picture. Good luck.
It feels like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom completely stole this mechanic. Okay. Okay, got it. Sure. How do I get my health back though? Because I'm pretty much dead right now. Man, early 3D games. Ah, fuck, the camera joystick is inverted.
Gonna get us all. We're all gonna die.
Early 3D games are so janky in terms of their control. It took them. I'm amazed by. I need to play Ocarina of Time or any of the Zelda 64 games again, because my memory of them is that even though they were among the first 3D games, they absolutely nailed it. And some of the other early 3D games, like Sonic and stuff like that, were absolute disasters in terms of like how to make it maneuverable. So far, this is not impressing me that much, to be honest. The camera joystick being inverted is a nightmare to control. Ah. I need to get you. Eventually this is gonna be like riding a bike and it's gonna become second nature, but so far it's kind of hard to deal with. Let's see. Let's see if I can do something about that. Are there any here? Is the load options, objectives, maps. Okay, let's try this. Open. Options. Okay. It doesn't look... Okay, let's do subtitles just in case the volume is too low. Yeah, that's the impression that I have, Yako. Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda game ever. I really love some of the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, but Majora's Mask just has such a unique vibe to it that I will never forget playing that game. But yeah, it really felt like they nailed those games super early. Look mode, is this the thing that will allow me to... Okay, let's see this. If that... Okay, let's try that. Yes, okay, now we're good. It's still super sensitive. I don't think I changed the sensitivity, but at least it's not inverted anymore, so that's nice.
Good thing we got the alpha sections to protect us.
Yeah, I need to eat dead right now. But I don't have any cheese. Why? But I'm pressing Y and it's not doing anything. Do I have cheese in my inventory? Males. What's his name? Select character. Oh, can I? Am I able to play this guy? Whatever. Is this? Ah, there you go. Okay. Okay. I guess that'll do for now. That's gonna spend too much. I was a Nintendo. My family was a Nintendo family. So we never... I think we borrowed a PlayStation maybe at some point for like a summer from a friend, but we had all the Nintendo consoles all the way up to now. Like, we never had an Xbox. We probably borrowed like a Mega Drive or something. Can I speak to any of these people? Yeah, it was all Nintendo games for us throughout my childhood. So when, what was it? Resident Evil came out on GameCube. Before then, it had only been on PlayStation, I think. Yeah, my family was like my grandmother is when she goes to the... She's too old now, so she doesn't do much anymore in terms of gaming. She just watches other people play games. But when she would go to video game stores, they would call her Grandma Zelda because she bought every single Zelda game and a lot of like Zelda-like RPGs.
It's those DOMs that took away our parents, huh, Jade?
Yeah, but they may still be able...
Well done.
No, I meant the first Resident Evil, the first one where like the camera is like set in a corner of the room and you're just like walking around. It was reissued on GameCube a while after it originally came out. That is creepy. It looked like just half a body or something. Yeah, you know what this game needs? It needs if I were playing Zelda right now, one of the L or R buttons would center the camera behind me. This game needs that. Can I read the books? Anything interesting there? Okay. Can I take photos here? Is there anything worth taking a photo of? I guess it would tell me on screen if there's something that I'm aiming at that is interesting. I saw something here. Ah, yes. Okay, cool. Bad framing. Whoa, what the fuck was that? Yes, I also lunge forward while I'm aiming with my camera every single time I take a photo. Very good photography technique there. Cool.
Superb specimen. I'll file it.
Nice. How did I do that? Was it this button? Yes. Awesome. Yeah, that's totally what I do in real life. Okay. Can I take photos of the people as well, or is it just anthropomorphic, animals? Too far. Okay. Well, that's exactly why we jump, so we can get closer. Bad framing. There we go. Species not in inventory. Okay. Yeah. Homo sapiens. Okay.
Great, I can start a backup.
Good to know that Homo sapiens are still alive. We need a photo to check that.
Electricity restored. Thank you for
Nice.
choosing Optimus service.
Shield activated. Nice work, Jade. I'm gonna go make sure everything's working. Come down here as soon as you can. Looks like there's a mission for you. Jade reporting. Mission M-Disc standing by.
Okay, what about the blue person in the corner there? Wait, they disappeared. Was it there? I thought it was there. No, the human disappeared too. Was the blue person a different species and I just, like, tough luck I didn't take a photo of them, or? Yeah, it looks like all the people disappeared now. Okay, that dog thing is still there. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah. Oh, there's people here. I'm assuming these are all Homo sapiens as well. Homo sapiens, I already have them. What does it do if I take a photo of the Homo sapiens species already taken? What about them? Ah, I need to stop doing that. I'm doing it on, like, doing it by accident as a way of getting out of the photography menu now. Is this a Homo sapiens? No, that's a goat or something. Ah, but I pressed B to get out this time. Yeah, definitely not a Homo sapiens. No way. Okay. Capra sapiens. Interesting.
Thanks again, Jade.
Okay, back. How do I get out of this menu without jumping forward like a maniac? Definitely not like that. Ah, yeah, it's just that. It's just press the R button a second time. What the hell is this? Okay, that doesn't do anything. What's Sly Cooper? That does not look human to me. Ah. Yeah, I think it was. No. That one I already took a photo of, but I think I saw something else on the ceiling. Oh, maybe it was that thing. I thought I saw like a weird insect different from that one on the ceiling. Is that a Capra sapiens again? Let's see. Yes. Homo sapiens. That does not look human, I'm sorry. Oh, it's a headband. Never mind. Cheese? Yes, I need cheese.
Unite our forces.
Oh, nice. Gotcha, Yako. I'd never heard of it. You know that, Chrono Trigger is barely, at least in France, it was never sold in France. So you can't, like, most people don't know of Chrono Trigger in France as far as I know.
Jade reporting.
Good night, Pios.
M-Disc standing.
Can I take a photo of you, or are you not organic matter? I mean, you're definitely not organic matter, but I don't know if that matters. Yes, no, definitely not. Okay.
That you, Jade? We just got one of them M discs. Might be another job for Jade Reporting and Company. If you can read it now, and give me a chance to adjust this stupid decoder player that refuses to obey its master. Gotcha.
Scannalize, okay.
Okay, how do I disc?
Hello, miss. I've been commissioned by Mr. de Castellac.
Okay.
This war is a catastrophe for us all. Mr. de Castellac would like to entrust a very delicate mission to you. If you accept, please make your way as soon as possible to the ancient mine on Black Isle located on the other side of town. Having completely understood the enormous risks involved, Mr. de Castellac plans to reward you generously. See you soon.
You know this de Castellac guy?
Huh? Can't go there, Jade. Smells like a trap. It's too dangerous.
Are you loco? We need some dinero to protect us from those stinking dams.
Don't you everything
we need dinero to protect us from the kinky doms. Yes, we do.
Okay, we'll go together. But I'm sticking to you like bees on honey, whether you like it or not. Segundo, check over this computer and download a complete version of your OS. You'll be able to take a look at it, Jade. As for me, I'll try to get that stupid hovercraft up and running. I'm here, otherwise this whole place will fall apart.
Okay, it's working. We are once again connected with El Mundo Exterior.
Loyal aliens, war has reared its ugly head on your planet.
Alpha. That sounds like a Red Pill podcast or something. Okay, I think that's it in here. Not seeing anything else I can do. Wait, is this where we came from? Or is this a different exit? And we're outside now. Oh, wait, I think... Yeah, okay. We went straight here last time, and we didn't even notice that there was an entire room this side of things. Okay, that makes sense. We did come from... Thing here. Push. Ooh. What's that? Back. Salt? I mean back to... Back. Okay. 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 Gotcha. Yes. What about... Can I see the floor? No, not. Okay. Mr. Piggy is here again. He's
So, Doctor,
really every-
diagnosis?
generating set. The generating set. Where the hell is the generating set? This? Ah.
Okay, I kick for you.
Okay. Add L. No idea if I even have that on my controller. Oh wait, no, I do need to do something. No, what are these?
Scandalize, okay.
Oh yeah, that's right. Batteries are shot.
So what's the generating? Read earlier. What the hell? What the hell am I even? The hell is this to save? Okay, I'm guessing it's that. Okay, barely. That's me. Validate. Okay, I don't know what then. I thought it was to save.
Hold your horses. Good lord, you'll bust a gut.
Jade reporting in...
Okay, I'm assuming this is gonna start a cutscene.
let's go.
I'm gonna quickly go to the bathroom. And might move this a little bit more to the right. Actually make it bigger would be better maybe. Try that. Anyone still here? Oh, I'm just seeing the video from Tryon AZ. Thank you so much. The donation. I really enjoyed the videos and I would love to see more than ready popping out because streams are not my thing. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Tabs open. Get back to it. Okay, now we cut off part of this screen. Sparrow, what do you mean by what would life be like? Close enough. I'm starting to wonder if I should just play... I hate this. Okay, controller it is. And my controller's not working. No. Okay, we're good. Oh, am I supposed to control this? Okay. My guess is this is just a pretty straightforward thing.
Oh boy. Mr. Hovercraft ain't doing too good.
Gotta hold on till we get to Mama Goes. They've got what we need.
I can't see anything. What the hell? Ah! How the... Okay. B. You need to go that way. Let's see. Are there any French people in chat at the moment who could help Sparrow with his question? 'Cause I honestly... even though I am French, I don't know if I ever fully integrated, so...
Well, that's it. Finito. Dead.
Ah, stupid tugboat! And the garage is only 300 meters away.
Mama go garage, you know. Where your mama won't go, you know. Come mama go garage.
Okay, if no one's answering, I think he would be fine integrating, to be honest. It really depends on what circles you're in. There's a lot of French people who are not too... like, speaking other languages is hard for a lot of... in a lot of countries, they'll say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't speak English. French people are particularly bad at speaking.
Gotta get out of this tuna can, Jade!
A lot of French people are actually pretty bad at speaking other languages, but plenty of French people do speak English perfectly fine. It's just a matter of finding the right people. Do you know which city you're going to be in? Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? You might have to deal with some pretty decent amount of racism, to be honest. Romanians are, in Europe in general, there's a lot of people who are pretty racist against Romanians. Romania not being very well off economically, and Romanians being perceived as basically the same as, like, even though they're in the EU, they're basically perceived by a lot of people as the same as, like, Middle Eastern refugees almost. But like, if you're in, like, you will probably find, like, you will, there's a possibility that you could find, like, how, do you mind me asking how old you are? Like, are you going to go study there? If you're going to go to school there, then it would be fine, like university or whatever. If you're going there for work and you already have a job lined up, then you should be fine. If you're just gonna show up there and figure it out, it might be a little bit harder. Because I mean, it's not me saying it. It's I'm not saying I see you that way. I'm saying that is how a lot of people see Romanian people, which is super fucked up. I agree with you. But unfortunately, yeah, like a lot of people, it's kind of like I think the UK has a specific thing against Polish immigrants. I don't remember hearing a lot of racist remarks about Poles, but I've heard a lot of racist remarks about Romanians when I lived in France, and it was always like, oh yeah, Romanians this and that, and like, it's super fucked up. But yeah, it really depends on what circumstances you're going to be going in there. Like, if you're like going to go there for work and you have a work lined up and you're like going to be surrounded by colleagues that you get to meet through there, that's probably going to be fine. Shouldn't have too much of a problem integrating. University would also probably be really, really fine, especially university. You're going to be surrounded by young people. If you're just gonna like go there and like figure it out once you're there, should probably find people ahead of time online that you like link up with, who can help you out and give you bearings or something. That would be my advice, no matter which country you're going to. I'm struggling to think of any France specific things, especially if you don't know which city you're planning on going to.
Take a load off your fear, man. You're gonna kill yourself running around like that.
Count identification. Okay. A mecha impulsor increases your vehicle's energy gauge by 1 wrench.
Yeah, have you seen there was a big controversy with a Ukrainian character in that horrible Netflix show, Emily in Paris, where they made the one Ukrainian character a pickpocket or someone, or like a shoplifter, like a super fucked up portrayal of the one Ukrainian character and that season came out during the Ukrainian refugee crisis after the start of the war. It's like, how did they decide to do that? That is insane.
A mecha Starkos restores. A mecha impulsor increases your vehicle's energy gauge by 1 wrench.
Should I don't know what this does.
A couple units short.
Okay, never mind.
A little tight in the pearl department.
Yeah, maybe you can It's hard for me. I haven't lived in France in a long time. And when I was in France, I was just last time I actually lived in France, I was just a university student, which like, I was integrated into like my university. So it's hard for me. Like the closest experience I can give you is me moving to other countries where I didn't know anything, and usually I was moved there when I already had a job lined up. I would say number one priority would be to try to find a job before going there, like through online means, but that's always super hard. Like even when I got my job when I moved to Spain and when I moved to Germany, in both cases I wasn't specifically looking for jobs in those countries. I was just looking for jobs anywhere in Europe, and and I just like happened to get to like get picked for those jobs in those countries. But if you're looking specifically for a job in France, I wouldn't know exactly. It also depends like what field you're qualified in and all of that. So yeah, it's hard to say.
Got a speedcraft motor here together. A speedcraft motor. No problem.
Hehe. Cool, Anthelos. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I wasn't sure, like this is the first time I play video games on stream. I wasn't sure it would be a good idea. So why to okay. Cool, that's what I needed. Yes, the early 2000s is very strong in this one. Honestly, I'm feeling more jankiness from this. Maybe it's just because it's a PC port and it's not... Like, maybe the controls on GameCube didn't feel the same. But I'm feeling more 3D jankiness from this game than I do from my memories of Nintendo 64, which was before the GameCube. So that's weird.
Account identification. Okay. A Mecha Impulsor increases your VG. A box of K-Bups completely restores your energy.
Sparrow, do you mind me asking what your field is? Like, what your... Are you already working in Romania at the moment? So, is World War III coming? I honestly wonder... The thing is, I don't know if World War II and World War I... Like, obviously people weren't... World War I, there's comedy films where they do this thing of calling World War I during World War I, which they obviously didn't do. I don't even think they called World War II. Like, I don't think they said World War II was like the second Great War. Maybe they did during World War II. So I wonder if later in history books people are going to say that the time that we already live in is already World War III, depending on what happens. When Russia invaded Ukraine, I was worried that... Get out of here. I was worried that, and this is still a possibility, that China was going to take advantage of the chaos to invade Taiwan. And that, I could totally see that as kind of a, like, dominoes falling one after the other, in ways that later on history books would say, yeah, that was, like, you were well into World War III at that point. I don't know if that would already be the case. Like, right now there's, like, the war in Ukraine, there's the war in... Who knows what's going to happen in the Middle East, because it's not just Israel-Palestine now. It's, like, the U.S. bombing Yemen and the U.S. bombing Syria and I think Iraq. Did they also bomb Iraq recently, a few days ago? Or is it just retaliations in Syria for the moment? But it's, like, Iranian militias bombing U.S. soldiers just on the border with Jordan. It's really... I think we're pretty much on the knife's edge, but honestly, I think we've been on the knife's edge for longer than we realize.
Be another attack. Don't get caught off guard.
Yeah, but everything is retaliations. Like the... like that's basically what everything is all the time. Like, Israel says what they're doing in Gaza is retaliation for October 7th. Hamas would say October 7th was a retaliation for previous things that happen, like everything is, you can always go further back and say, no, actually they did it first. Okay, what the hell is happening here?
No need for the time being.
I haven't looked at Pakistan and Iran. Usually I hear about Pakistan and India. I'm about to die. Let's see. I only have cheese for my thing. Can I put cheese into this? I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, what's the deal between Pakistan and Iran? I'm not aware of that. Usually it's between Pakistan and India that there are issues.
Stick to him like glue.
To him like glue. Okay, if we're gonna have to do that... Oh, we need to just shoot the tail end. And not the entire body.
I won't let him out of my sight.
And I'm dead. I hadn't heard about that. I'll have to look into it.
The dogs! They're attacking!
Sorry, the DOMs they're attacking sounds way too kinky for me. Ah.
No need for the time being.
Stick to him like glue.
Okay, I won't let him out of my sight. Hey, stop wiggling around. Okay, I got a vision.
Where is he? Oh wait, I am repaired, or is it automatically repaired?
Try to stay behind
Nice.
him.
Cool it, caterpillar boy. There, don't move.
Nice work, Jade.
Hey, Paige, a new pearl.
We'll take it with us. I'm sure it'll come in handy.
Well,
in case we
that's
have to go back to those crooks
concerning.
at Mamagoo Garage.
What's the when is that from exactly? I hadn't heard of it. Why to speed up? Okay, we need to speed that up. Got it. Well, okay, it's the first missile attack on Iranian soil since the end of the Iran-Iraq War. Well, ISIS just attacked Iran a few days ago on the anniversary of Soleimani's death. But that wasn't technically a missile attack, so I guess that wouldn't count. Was that Iran's retaliation for that attack, and maybe like ISIS has a hideout in Pakistan or something like that that I'm not aware of? I don't know, I haven't looked at any of that recently. But yeah, definitely concerning. I was speaking to someone that I know who's a US diplomat years ago. This was the night of Biden's election. well, it was the night of the election when it wasn't clear who had won yet. And I was making the argument that I wouldn't be surprised if 50 years from now history books say that like the start of US decline, which is going to define a lot of probably history in our lifetimes, will be marked as 9/11. Wait, back?
Miss Jade, Mr. de Castellac wishes to meet you on Black Isle as soon as possible. There are a lot of units at stake.
Okay, how do I get there? Compass is what I need. Okay, there we... No. I need to go to Black Isle. That's where we... So yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that's how history is portrayed in a few years, because yeah, I think it I don't think it started on 9/11, but 9/11 is like a clean moment that you can point at a specific event that kind of really kickstarted a huge, just like jumping off a cliff of US reputation across the world, and not that they hadn't done fucked up things before then. But yeah, it was essentially like, we can even say, honestly, pretty unambiguously, that in a lot of ways, Al-Qaeda accomplished everything they wanted to accomplish in diminishing US standing when they did that. Black Isle's behind here. Is this Black Isle, or do I need to go further than this? It looks like this is Black Isle. And I wonder if, in a sense, I don't know if the war on terror can be directly connected to what's happening right now, but I wonder if, in a sense, yeah, that is kind of like an early domino in our current situation. It's hard to tell, like, would...
Where's that Black Isle again?
South gate, straight ahead.
Okay. I had never heard of the Baluch Liberation Army.
We gotta be super careful, Jade. The attacks are intensifying.
Is that the right place that I need to go to? So anyway, I was telling my diplomat acquaintance about that. I wouldn't call him a friend, but like someone who I like interviewed in the past. And they were like, that's not, like, that's not unreasonable at all. Like, that's not unlikely at all. Basically what they seem to be thinking. So that's going to be interesting. I guess would make a lot of people happy to talk about like the decline of the American empire. But it's like as bad as much harm as the US has done. It's one of those like devil we know versus devil we don't know kind of thing. Of like, there's gonna be a lot of instability if the US declines, and it's worth wondering what that's gonna look like. Man, how do streamers do this? It's really hard to like string a thought together while way harder than controllably for now. Imagine what's gonna happen if like there's a civil war in the US, like the Texas. I wanted to look at the Texas thing. There's some really fucked up stuff happening in there's some really fucked up stuff happening in Texas right now, where they're basically challenging the US government on border management in a way that is starting to look like it could get out of hand pretty easily. So imagine what would happen with like that plus a Trump victory that would be a dispute, like that could be disputed in really complicated ways.
The Alpha sections claim to be pushing back the Doms, but they're hiding the truth from us. The Dom's monsters have already invaded every corner of our planet. 2 specimens have been spotted at the bottom of this mine shaft. If we don't warn the population, their numbers will increase radically. Mr. de Castellac is prepared to pay a very high price to be able to defuse a picture of a pair of these monsters. This is a very risky mission, and you're free to refuse.
Well, Doms aren't exactly our best friends. Tell your boss he'll have his picture.
If things stay the way they are right now, Sparrow, I really think the only way Biden can win there's still a long time to go before the election. Like, a lot of things can happen between then and now. What am I supposed to do here? But honestly, I think right now the election hinges almost entirely on the court cases. It seems like, as things are, if the election were today, Trump would win. But first of all, DeSantis dropped out of the race. He's not going to happen unless Trump dies. And I think DeSantis was potentially more dangerous. Like, he was more dangerous in some ways in that I think DeSantis is a true believer in, like, I think he's an actual fascist, but a true believer in what he does, whereas Trump is very much an opportunist, but he's an opportunist. He's, like, opportunistically portraying fascism. Whereas DeSantis is a true fascist, and in a lot of ways, Trump is like an idiot savant, where he's doing all the right things as a fascist to maintain power, but I don't think he's really doing it on purpose. He's just looking into doing exactly the right things. Okay. Whereas DeSantis is an actual true believer, but would he, like, DeSantis does not have the instincts
They're becoming
of
very rare.
crowd management. That he has 0 charisma points in ways that Trump does. So yeah, I do think DeSantis, for example, DeSantis is hard set on the anti-trans stuff and the basically most of the the culture war stuff, and Trump is like, does it when it's convenient for him, but in speeches he was like, he actually made fun of the anti-trans rhetoric during speeches when he was like, hey, what's the big deal with this? Like, why are people so obsessed about this? I never even think about trans people. Which is kind of funny and unexpected. Like, I think that was more a way to make fun of DeSantis than anything else. How do I get there?
Calling for witnesses. The traitors from the Iris Network have landed somewhere on Hillies. Large reward for any information.
No, they're both populists. But I think, I guess it depends on what you're talking about. They're both populists in terms of, like, what they want, but Trump is instinctively better at it than DeSantis, who is, like, trying to be good at it, but he just does not have the charisma to do anything. Like, just look at his campaign was a disaster because he is terrible at speaking to people. He's terrible in the stump. He would be probably much better as a policy advisor for populist policies rather than the leading figure of a campaign. He shouldn't be a candidate for anything. And when I say better, I'm not saying in a way that I would support, obviously. I would have to look into, well, I mean, just look at how Trump tried to, because Trump has tried to already undermine the courts during his presidency. Basically, a lot of the stuff that I pointed out in my Poland video that was being done by the Polish party that was voted out at the last election, Trump was doing some of the same things. Like he prioritized naming as many, nominating as many judges as possible. Where he couldn't nominate judges, he just undermined the legitimacy of the courts, like calling judges, like Mexican judges, like obviously biased against him because they're Mexican and he's against Mexico or whatever. Undermining the media, like labeling the media as the enemy of the people, which is pretty much a Nazi talking point. And now with this whole, we need to read about Project 2025, but a lot of the stuff that they've been, and of course, like I didn't even get into like undermining the entire election thing in 2024, which failed, but they're gonna try again. And with the Project 2025 thing, it would go way further than that. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Is this something that I get later? Action. Wait. Wait, yes, action again. Oh, where am I supposed to stand to get the action button? Oh, hi. The cat is back. You gonna help me? Just wants to lie down. Frame. Hello? What? No. I pressed it. Janky. In some ways, I kind of agree with you, Sparrow. So I've seen some arguments about like, oh, socialism doesn't work, like only works on, no, what was it? Only works on paper, doesn't work in reality. And I've seen some pretty good arguments of why capitalism doesn't even work on paper. It like works in the short term, but it's like built on a lot of instabilities and built on a lot of like, it's literally unemployment is a necessary element of capitalism, for example, and inflation is a necessary element of capitalism in ways that kind of make it inherently unstable, which is why every like few decades we have an economic crisis, and it's a matter of time before things get worse. Whereas there you go. That was nothing. Seriously, that was the thing that I needed to trigger with action? Okay, never mind.
Let's go.
I need to stand.
Okay.
Come on, buddy.
Let's go.
There we go.
We'll find them as earthworms.
Like a lot of people confuse, and I'm not an economist. There's people who could speak about this way more eloquently than me. I'm gonna be super surface level. But a lot of people confuse markets and just the idea of supply and demand and like paying money for things as capitalism. Whereas capitalism is really about being able to own, like as an individual. What the fuck am I doing here? I need my brain to work. As an individual, being able to own the exactly, commerce is different from capitalism. capitalism is about being able to own a company, whereas socialism is the employees of that company. Basically, capitalism is about the idea of like shareholders investing in the company are the owners of that company and they decide what happens. Whereas socialism would be the employees are kind of like replace the shareholders and they are the ones making the decisions and they are the ones reaping the benefits of their labor. Because when you really think about it, if a CEO is able to extract enough, what's the term in English? Enough margin from the products that he's selling that he can pay himself and shareholders, where's that money coming from? Like, it's not coming from the products because you're buying the products wherever, like the raw materials, you're buying them at whatever price they're going. The extra amount is coming from the employees that transform them into the final product. And if you're able to extract enough money to pay yourself and your shareholders, therefore that means that you didn't pay your employees fairly enough. So like the difference there is the work that they did was actually worth more in the transformation of the product than the final value of the products than what you paid them. And that's kind of fucked up when you think about it. Now, you can say, well, your work as a CEO is what transformed the product. If you're like an Elon Musk type and you're like, oh, well, so much of the value of my company is based on the fact that I'm the CEO and I'm like this charismatic person who like markets things, and if I left the company would be worth so much less, and therefore I should be paid this much. So there are arguments there, but at the end of the day, the employees are the ones doing the work, and if the company is super profitable, and especially if it's a case where no idea what the fuck I'm supposed to do with this scale thing, especially if it's a case where you're barely able to pay your employees a living wage, that is inexcusable. Like the Walmart type of, or Amazon. I don't know how profitable Amazon is. A few years ago, it was barely profitable, but it's one of the biggest companies in the world, and there are so many people who are barely making any money at all.
Now may be a good time to
How is that normal? How is that an acceptable situation?
The outcome of a life's work. My little marvels, the jet boots. They run on homemade biocarburate. Here's the pocket of pressurized methane. And here, in the soles, are the two turbo reactors. All you have to do to fire them up is contract your abdominal muscles. It's the transportation of the future. I'm waiting for your signal, Jade. Hey, what the?
Okay.
And there you have it.
Cool.
Yeah, well, right now the needs of the workers are definitely not met.
Just let me know.
I don't know. This definitely has something to do with this.
Now.
Oh, okay.
Wow, why were you hiding that from me?
Okay, well, that worked.
Oh, I still had a few bugs to work out.
Don't change a thing. It's perfect.
Yeah, right now it's you can't say right now that the needs of the worker are met. Like right now we're going in the opposite direction, and so many countries that used to have strong unions are moving away from that. I don't know what's happening. Okay. Yeah, and and it's the thing with capitalism is like you get economic growth in the short term by favoring the rich, but you do that at the cost of stability when you get a huge amount of economic what's the word? Economic income inequality. What the hell?
Just say when, Jay.
Okay.
Hammer time.
Okay.
You see that? Your jet boots attack makes them come out of their holes.
Yep, but be careful. They start glowing when you get them mad.
What was I saying?
Waiting you to say the word, Jade.
I mean, you have to remember that capitalism is a fairly recent thing in history. So the question is just like, what comes next? If we get into a violent revolution, oftentimes revolutions will actually just send us back a few hundred years, and like, maybe not a few hundred years, but like you look at the French Revolution, it's not like that ushered in democracy immediately. It just like went back into a monarchy. Like first of all, it went into like this super hardcore dictatorial regime, then back into an empire, and then back into a monarchy. And eventually we arrive somewhere. But it's not like revolutions are very rarely like these clean, like, oh, and we did the thing and then it worked out, you know. So to me, it's people who are pushing for revolution seem to discount that a bit too easily, in my opinion. And that's why I think we should make more of an effort of trying to find like a healthy post-capitalist solution rather than just pushing for a revolution no matter what.
We're gonna need some tools if we plan on getting through there.
We're in an ancient mine. There's gotta be some kind of tool shed.
But what's interesting is, and I highlighted this in one of my videos. What's happening here? Need to push this over there. Again. Macron during a speech that I need to make an actual whole video about.
No problem.
He did a speech at the, what was it called?
Oh, not equipped for that.
The International Labor Organization. He himself, during that speech, called his own speech a crypto-Marxist speech. Saying, oh yeah, look, I'm so, it was the labor organization, so of course he was gonna be, like, appeal to workers and try to be all, like, populists towards workers and, freaking camera. And, not just workers, unions and all of that. But he was saying that he believed the world was on the edge of World War III. And in terms, no, it was about civil war. It was a war between the rich and the poor, or the rich and the working class. And he acknowledged that we were right on the verge of that. And yet his policies are just making it...
No, not equipped for that.
His policies are helping in no way to close the gap between the rich and the working class. So what do you expect? It kind of feels like he's saying that and doesn't really give a shit about it. But yeah, if I could like snap my perfect politics into place, I would like more leftists to take over European Parliament and European... take a photo of this thing. It gets close enough. Did I get it? Yes, I think I got it. And start to implement actual like pro-labor rules in Europe, in the European Union. Because the thing is, and this is something that I believe for a long time, but like that same Macron speech that I still need to do a video about, and this is not about like complimenting Macron. He was saying stuff that was pretty obvious, but if even he is saying it, then it should be uncontroversial. Like if like basically everyone agrees, but no one likes to talk about it. Oops, sorry. Which is that if the amount of regulations that you would need to do to actually change the economic system for the better no one country, maybe the US could do it, but the US is not disposed to do that at all. But no European country is big enough to actually have a way to move the needle in that way. Like, if France were to do the kind of, like, super, super pro-worker actions that it would need to do... Did I manage? Yes. France would just be, like, major corporations would just leave France, and that would change nothing in the grand scheme of things, other than cause a major economic collapse in France. But if the entire European were to impose those kinds of rules... It's kind of like when the EU like tells Apple, hey, you have to use USB-C. If France asked Apple to do that, then Apple would just say, fuck you, we're just not going to sell iPhones in France anymore. And they could afford to do that. But they can't afford to do that for the entire European Union. I need to avoid falling in the hole there. So yes.
What was that?
Crojacks. There'll be more nearby, Jade.
Yeah, I would like... So, let me wait until this. Okay. My ideals, I like starting reforms that I would like to see would be eventually, maybe, if nothing else works, imposing workplace democracy where the workers actually replace or have a power that is comparable to that of shareholders. If you want like a hybrid system that's between capitalism and socialism, you could do that. If you want to go for full socialism and say, well, there's no more shareholders, but we just have workers controlling companies now. Yeah, like ideally, like maybe, but it's hard to see that realistically being implemented immediately. And it's also like there are some problems with that in terms of like, well, how do you get investment now? There are ways to get investments, but it's not as easy as it seems. So having at least some weight to worker decisions, that they have some choice in like who the CEO is and like what the decisions are made for the company in a way, like it's like we talk about the importance of democracy, but we only have democracy in our politics, and we're totally fine going to dictatorial regimes at work and finding that completely normal, when I think it would be completely reasonable to say, no, workers should have some level of democracy and voting power when they go to work, and when there's a big decision that needs to at their company. So maybe imposing that in the long term, but in the short term, at the very least, having like very strong either tax incentives or whatever, like companies becoming worker cooperatives are taxed a lot less, or get tax or get subsidies, stuff like that. I think would be a great way to, at the very least, test if, because there's a big question. People say, well, worker cooperatives are just not competitive with traditional companies. And like maybe, we don't know, we don't have enough data on that. There aren't enough worker cooperatives to decide that. So having a very strong incentive to test out worker cooperatives would be a good thing as a starting position. I would also like to see regulations on the difference between the top earners and the median earners of each company. Like I don't think it's... I think Robert Reich, who is a former labor secretary in the U.S., if I'm not mistaken, something secretary, like something, I'm pretty sure it was labor secretary. In the 70s or 80s, he was already complaining about how it was insane that CEOs were earning 30 times the median salary of their companies at the time, and then it jumped to like 300 times or 350 times. How is that? How is that something that we're fine with? When it's like Elon Musk in a day, if you made like 1,000 euros a day and you lived forever, like you were born at the time when the pyramids were being built until now, and you made 1,000 euros every single day and you never spent a cent, you would still not have Elon Musk's salary. That's insane. So yeah, some kind of regulation on that, some kind of limit, or for like, I'm not even saying like CEOs should never get paid more than X amount of money, but there needs to be a cap at which they're like, well, the CEO wants a raise, but he needs to give everyone else a raise before he gets to, like, his salary is now too high compared to his median salary, so he needs to raise the median salary in the entire company before he's allowed to give himself another raise. I don't remember what exactly the calculation was, but yeah, there's something like there's something insane about the amount of money that you would need to make every day if you lived 6,000 years is insane before you get to like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos level of wealth. Yeah, no, I like, and there's also arguments to say like, hey, if you're like 100 millionaire, if you have like 999 million, and you like cross over, you get your last dollar or your last euro into becoming a billionaire. Yeah, you like 100% tax at that point. Wealth cap, 100% tax, but you get a plaque, kind of like a YouTube subscriber, like a YouTube play button. You get a plaque that says, "You won capitalism. Good job." But all of your money past that is taxed. Because honestly, like, who needs more than 999 million? I don't know. Where am I put?
Hold your horses. Good Lord, you'll bust a gut. Ah, stuck.
Because so much of CEO, like billionaires trying to be the richest person on earth, it just becomes such a dick measuring contest after a while. Oh, okay. Got it.
Sweet Jesus.
Macias, did you send that before I said it, or?
Ready to meet your maker, jelly brain.
So far, I have to say that so far this is super realistic as a journalist. I've made this joke so many times, but
Say when, Jay.
I did expect it to be more like investigative kind of stuff, like looking for clues. Maybe there's more of that later in the game. I have no idea. Ah, I lost the money. Did I lose mine?
Here.
Thanks. Just say when, Jay. Okay.
Wait. Need to make myself another coffee. That maybe isn't a bad idea. Like it's super inefficient though to just take money and store it somewhere. It's usually a better idea to actually be. It depends on how reliable the income is. You can actually include it to the into the budget on a regular basis. This. If it's more like, well, you know, sometimes we're gonna get money, sometimes we're not. I guess you could put it into like an index fund or something like that. So that it doesn't devalue with inflation too much. But it's the same reason why most pension plans, at least because in the US it's literally you save money into a savings account that has a certain what's the word I'm looking for? Like gains value over time, hopefully faster than inflation, so that by the time you by the time you retire, you hopefully have enough aside, and you've earned enough from that investment to retire safely. But in most European countries, it's current workers who are directly paying for the retirement of current retirees, which sounds a lot like a pyramid scheme in a lot of ways. It would seem a lot more sustainable to say, what the hell is this?
Perfecto, I've scanned it.
It would seem a lot more sustainable to say that I don't know, some kind of government guaranteed investment fund where you as a worker put your money and you get a certain interest rate, was the word that I was looking for earlier, and you get a certain interest rate as you're working, as you like throughout your career on that money, but like it isn't like, well, you just put your own money aside like yourself. It is like still a government program, but where it's still your money that you get back later, so that at least you don't have a problem of more retirees than workers, because like if it's your money that you're getting back later, there's never a situation where there wasn't enough workers to pay for today's retirees. Whereas if you have a system where today's workers are paying for today's retirees, well, with aging populations and lowering birth rates, you can absolutely have a situation where there's too many retirees and the workers just don't make enough to pay for everyone. So that seems like an inherently unstable situation that was probably put into place before we realized, like probably put into place while the baby boom was still happening and stuff like that, where people was like, oh, it's always going to be like this and we don't need to worry about it in the future. Was like, now it's like kind of fucked. Yeah, streamer attempts to solve the rent crisis. I need to change the stream title to that, I guess. I'm not qualified to talk about any of this any more than super surface level stuff, to be honest. Should I do anything here? Game save. Can I save the game, honestly? What? No. Ah, can I save the game? Saving. Yes. Save successful. Continue. Got it. Now we did it. I am not watching the AFCON. I'm not even sure if I know what that is. Quick look. Because I don't want to say something stupid that's unrelated. No, I'm not into sports at all. So I am not watching the AFCON. I don't know if I can speak for Europeans as a whole on South Africa. I actually went to South Africa for a summer course on African economics a few years ago. Did I? Okay. So I like have been there. Like my opinion from there is not that distance, although I was there for 2 weeks, so it's not like I have like a super good understanding. That's my cat feeder. Okay, so yeah, it's not like I have a super good understanding of South Africa, but yeah, it was crazy to me when I was there. So I was going to University of Cape Town for 2 weeks, or a month. I don't remember how long it was. I haven't interviewed any of them yet. I've been to a couple and filmed some B-roll there, but I need to go to more. I'm hoping that there's still some big ones to come. What was crazy to me when I was in Cape Town, I was there, so it was European summer, so South African winter. And it was crazy to me how it just looked and felt like a European city. Like the area around the university if you had told me, if I'd just not taken the plane there, or like didn't realize how long the plane ride was, and you had told me, oh yeah, this is the Netherlands, I would have believed you. Like in terms of the architecture, the only difference is like, yes, there's a lot of Africans there, but like there's a lot of white people in South Africa as well, in Cape Town as well. So, but it like culturally, then like you go to some areas, like some different areas of town where it's like you cross the streets and you went from the Netherlands to way poorer areas, and that's when you see like, sure, apartheid is over, but I'm really struggling to think at the same time as I'm playing right here. Like you can see like, yeah, sure, apartheid is over, but like the economic inequality between Afrikaners and what's the
Starkos restores 1 heart of your energy. No problem.
And black South Africans are still very much there, and I don't know how much is being done to address that. If it's just like, well, you know, now we just need to let capitalism do its thing, which that's not gonna solve anything in the long run. Yeah, that's also what I was hearing. Apparently, there's a lot of stuff. When I was telling people, when I met people there, and I was telling them that I was a journalist, and like, yeah, journalism here is super fucked, because it's like there's this one family of people who are bankrolling all of the media, and all of the politicians are basically in control of everything. Yeah, I've heard a lot about like corruption in South Africa while I was there.
We might have overdid it a little, you think?
Huh? Now that's the kind of animal reporting I like.
Wait, what were we there for, even? Ah.
Not me. Just say when, Jade.
I need to... Okay, that'll do for now.
Wait till you say the word, Jade.
Maybe go back down here and make sure I have everything from there. Am I having fun? I'm still trying to figure it out. Maybe this game could be fun. It's really not what I was expecting, which is weird. Maybe this is what I was supposed to do. But right now I'm still figuring it out. It's one of the... It feels like it's one of those games that could get fun later on. But right now I'm just very confused by everything that's going on in the game. I am having fun, like just chatting with you guys though. That is interesting. It's a hard mental challenge to try to organize my thoughts. I haven't been there. To try to organize my thoughts while playing. Apparently I can't go there. I did not play this when I was a kid. This is the first... I don't even... I barely even knew this game existed until a couple of years ago. I played games similar to this, like, I don't know, Zelda 64. But yeah, this is... Ah! Again.
Just say...
But yeah, no, I don't play that many video games, so I'm probably not being as fast at picking things up as other streamers are. Favorite game as a kid? Depends what age. StarCraft was probably the StarCraft 1, like Brood War. was probably the game that was my favorite game for the longest time. Zelda 64, Majora's Mask specifically is one of my favorites. And Zelda on SNES, Link to the Past, before that. But yeah, the StarCraft was probably the most consistently favorite game of mine. Can we do this now, or do we still need to find tools somewhere?
No problem. Step aside, little lady. Thanking you kindly.
Account identification. Okay.
PA1 increases your energy gauge by 1 heart. PA1 increases your energy gauge by 1 heart.
I'm missing 50 units to get this. That would be nice, though. Well, I guess we need to find something to take a photo of. Did I ever take a photo of the pig guy? I don't think I did.
Perfect. I'll date and file it.
Yes. I've been meaning to try Link Between Worlds for years. I just never got around to it. But I haven't. I've also never played, and I need to play this at some point.
The film is finished. Bravo, Jade. I'll send you the Zoom, and I'll recharge your film.
I've also never played. So I've never played any game between Majora's Mask and any Zelda game between Majora's Mask and Breath of the Wild. So what's it called? Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and what's the one that came after that? Skyward Sword. I haven't played.
Bravo, Yid.
I was thinking, just because Link to the Past was one of my favorite games, when I hit 32,000 subscribers, which I don't know how long that's going to take, because right now I'm pretty much stalled in terms of subscriber count. If I have another viral video, it could be a matter of weeks, or it could just take years to get there. I don't know. But when I hit 32,000 subscribers, I was thinking of doing like a 32-bit console stream and probably play. So SNES is 16-bit, so we're already past the 16,000 subscribers. But if I play the Game Boy Advanced version, that would technically be 32-bit, and I could do the version of Link to the Past from the Game Boy Advance that has like some extra features. And then when I reach 64,000 subscribers, I could do a Majora's Mask or those wouldn't be journalism related, but just like for like the occasion, I guess. Yeah, I could do Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask for 64,000. That would be fun. It would be a lot less janky than this game, because I already know those games, so I wouldn't have to completely figure out the controls and everything. I hate the one thing that I really hate the camera control in this game. That's something that I think took them really long to figure out. Even
Whoa. Count me out, Jade.
Zelda 64, both of them. The main thing that you did in those games would just like let the camera do its own thing, because the way to control the camera was like the C buttons, which were really inconveniently placed and no one ever used them.
Don't worry, I'm right here. Nothing'll happen to you.
You mind your P's and Q's, little miss. Respect your elders.
So yeah, you just let the camera do its own thing, and every once in a while when you needed the camera behind you, you just hit Z and that would center the camera. I can't figure out if there's anything to do that in this game other than like doing this twice maybe. Opening the camera, like the actual camera, seems like a really weird way to center the camera behind me in an annoying way. Can I... Okay, I guess I can do it that way, but it's just weird. That should not be the way to do it. That shouldn't be the best way to do it for sure. Okay. But yeah, like it took them a really long time to nail the camera controls on video games, and I think part of that is that when 3D games came out, it was already enough like brain rewiring for gamers to learn how to control the character in a 3D space without, in addition to that, having to control the camera on a separate joystick. I remember the first time I had to play, like, it was probably a first-person shooter where I was doing, like, both joysticks at the same time. It fucked with my brain, and I couldn't do it. Like, the first game where I actually learned how to do that instinctively was on Breath of the Wild. But yeah, I think Nintendo 64 was definitely not built to do that. They didn't think probably it was within the capabilities of gamers at the time. And that would explain why this is super, super janky as well, because, yeah, it's still, at this point, it was probably in its early stages. Like, the fact that it's basically impossible to control the tilt of the camera without just being either horizontal or vertical is crazy to me. I still can't believe there isn't a better sensitivity option here. No, there doesn't seem... Oh, there is actually. Mouse sensitivity. Let's see if it's this, and I just miss it. Okay, it is. Okay. That is better. It still feels like it's just supposed to be 90 degrees or horizontal, but it is slightly better now. I think I'm supposed to push this there. Oh, thanks a lot, Bitarsi. I don't know how to pronounce that. People with their names on the internet are... I hope, like, maybe I'm just not used to... that sounds like it could be a Polish name. Tarzi? I'm not sure. Oh, wait. Okay, that worked. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Tarkshi, okay. Am I right? Is that Polish? No, sorry, it was me. Like, it's just like sometimes I see people with completely unpronounceable names that aren't actually their names. They're just like their chosen... They're chosen names, and I have no idea how they plan to pronounce... Like, how they want anyone to pronounce them. But in your case, like, makes sense. It's your actual name, I'm guessing, possibly. So it's kind of me who just doesn't know how to pronounce Polish, I guess. But yeah, sorry about that.
Okay. You gotta open it for me, Jade! ma'am. Candygram.
But yeah, Tarkshi, thank you so much for... I don't know if you're already gone, but thank you so much for the comment.
That's a no-go.
Let's go.
What's Vision Pro? Is Vision Pro the Apple VR thing, or is it my completely? Oh yeah, it is the Apple VR thing. I haven't seen what the big difference is between Apple VR and Quest. I have the Quest 2. I've tried the Quest 3. I haven't checked what the big difference is between the Quest 3, that is way more powerful than the Vision Pro, and then the Quest 2, I mean, and the Vision Pro. The price point difference seems wild, though. Yeah, I'd have to look at it, see if there is a notable difference in what it would mean for video production. I'm curious about like VR journalism. I've seen kind of experimentations with that, and I think it, like, for documentary stuff, it can be super interesting. Like, imagine a fully immersive documentary. But so this is the thing. Right now, VR, in terms of actually produced VR, not 3D modeling, not video games, but actually filmed VR, you have the choice between either you shoot something with 2 cameras and you have the 3D effect, but you can't move your head side to side. Like, you would just see the video the way it's framed, but you'll just have a 3D effect. Or you have spherical video, like the 360 videos, where you have a VR where you can look around, but you don't have a 3D effect, so it doesn't feel as immersive. Maybe with some forms of like, I'm sure that there can be some AI that could convert 360 video into actual 3D 360 video. But with traditional production means, it seems like that's still at the moment unrealistic. But imagine like a 360 3D VR documentary that puts you into real life, like important events. Like, I've seen, it seems a bit gimmicky to do this as a 360 VR experience or something like that, but like back in the day when they would, I mean, back in the day, like, they still do this kind of stuff. Like, there's like a journalist who goes on, like, I've read pieces about the crazy super deadly trains that migrants take in Latin America to try to get to the US, for example. Stuff like that. Like, imagine having that in a 3D like 3D sense. Like, it seems like a bit weird and bad taste to make that as VR, but like, when video came out, it probably felt bad taste to film stuff like that as well. So I'd be curious. I am curious what those kinds of technologies are going to look like in the future and what they're going to be used for. So far, I've talked about this before, but so far it does seem like what AI is used for is just making shitty YouTube content, and that's most of it. But that's definitely not going to be the only thing that's going to come out of VR for better or worse. So I guess we'll have to see.
Account identification. Okay.
Starkos restores a box of K-Bups completely restores your energy.
Ooh, that was too expensive. I shouldn't have gotten that.
No, I'm not really hungry right now.
Ouch.
Well, looky here, a new friend.
Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to kill it. I was just hit it to pass. Okay. Go of it.
Be careful with those mutant anemones.
Who needs friends when you have anemones? Wait, how am I supposed to... Okay, are you gonna help me? Okay, there you go. So part of the reason why I wanted to do this journalism video game idea is I'm super passionate about, like, I want there to be more media about journalism in general. Like, every time there's a movie that involves journalists... Okay, but how do we kill it? I don't know, Spotlight or any even fictional, like the Newsroom when it came out on HBO, or early seasons of House of Cards were really, really good, and journalism was a major aspect. Wow, is chat super... am I super far behind chat at the moment?
Hey, Jade, look. The two creatures back there.
What two creatures back there? Got it. Ah, that's what I need to take a photo of. Okay. So yeah, no, I'm super passionate about all media about journalism. Like, you watch any TV series right now, and it feels like so much of it... I can't speak while I'm hearing a voice at the same time. English? It feels like so much of journalism, so much of media today, so much of like TV series and movies and whatever, is either police or maybe lawyers or doctors, like so many medical dramas. And I would like to see more stuff about it. Like, instead of having the 15,000th police investigation series, make it a journalist investigation series. Make it like investigative journalists figuring out a corruption scandal or something like that. Or a murder mystery, but investigated by journalists instead of police. I would like to see more media about journalists, so that it becomes more of an aspirational job and something that people actually want to do. And so I was kind of... I'm not saying this is a bad game. I still need to figure it out. But I was hoping that there would be a bigger element of journalism, that there might still be. Like, we did have to investigate those, like, weird creatures that I just took a photo of. But, yeah. Let's see what this game turns out to be. But, yeah, I was kind of hoping for something that was more, like, looking for clues and stuff. Which so far this just feels like a reskinned kind of Zelda-type story, I guess. Like, there actually is a subplot in Tears of the Kingdom where you are a journalist. Yeah, All the President's Men is such a great book. It's a great movie as well. Spotlight is one of my favorite films, honestly. Because it's such a... like, so many elements of Spotlight are just, like, this small minutia of, it's like, the Newsroom is super, super naive. I watched it before becoming a journalist, and I watched it a few years later. And, yeah, it feels very, very, like, cheesy and naive once you have a little bit of Newsroom experience. But Spotlight is pretty much absolute nails every aspect of it, down to, like, pitch meetings and stuff like that, in ways that yeah, just like you feel the passion of the people who are working on it, even though they're clearly not, you know, it's not a prestige job. It's a pretty thankless job for the most part. Very often you're gonna be if you're like the kind of people, the kind of journalists who are doing the kind of work like they do in Spotlight, you are going to be hated by your entire community for going after organizations that are like the church, you know, that people are, if it's a religious community, they're not going to like you for doing that. It's a super thankless job, but it's a super important job. And I would like more fiction that presents journalists as not like sleazy douchebags the way they are in a lot of media. Sometimes they are sleazy douchebags, and it's nice to do that, but there's so many journalists are super passionate about their work, and they're paid shit, and they just, you know, barely sleep at night because they're just too like focused on what they're doing, and they put their lives at risk, knowing that they're not going to get rich from it, but just because they are driven to do that. And I would like to see more representation of that.
Okay. Let's go.
How many times have I fought this monster when doing journalism? About once a week. How many of this do I have? That's my last one. Let's take this. I love Friendly Jordies. He just put out a statement that is super disheartening, where he announced that he was taking down a video of his because the people that the video was about threatened, like sent a bunch of threats to a bunch of places, and they were like, yeah, we don't want to have people's lives on our conscience by leaving the video up, so we're just gonna, like, you win, we're gonna take it down. And they're demonized by the shitty press in Australia in ways that are inexcusable, because the press in Australia is super corrupt as well. Good night, Black White. Thank you. See you soon.
Not bad for a little girl and an old ham.
We did it, Paige. Not bad for an old fart.
I'm wondering, I'm hoping this is still like tutorial kind of stage of the game, and at some point we can get more into like the city, and there's more like subplots where you're asked to like solve mysteries and stuff like that. We'll see. If like 90% of the gameplay is like action adventure, I might not continue playing it on stream. I might still play it for myself, but it's not exactly what I had in mind by games about journalism, for sure.
Fishy about this, Monsieur de Cadillac.
Friendly Jordies is one of my dream interviewees. If I could ever get him on stream, I would absolutely love that. But the guy has over 1 million subscribers. There's no way it's not even worth me even sending him a message for now.
I owe you some explanations, Miss Jade. Hop in. Miss Jade, you have brilliantly succeeded your situation test.
Situation test?
Yes. Please forgive this little charade. My name is Han. I'm a member of the Iris Network.
The Iris Network? The rebel organization?
Yes.
I hope not, but yeah, his statement sounded like that. It's so frustrating that so much of the reporting on his cases, when he was being sued for libel and lost a few of his cases, and the media was just like, oh, comedian Friendly Jordies is found guilty of this and that, and like no one is actually looking into the allegations that he's bringing up. It's just despicable.
That's exactly how they cloud your suspicions and gain your confidence.
It's the typical kind of dismissal that traditional media has of new media.
The Alien government didn't have the time to react.
When traditional media is just in the pocket of
We can stop the alpha sections.
in the pocket of the same people who have politicians in their pocket, basically.
They are completely aware that an uprising of the population would spell catastrophe. Bring the proof of this conspiracy to the people, and victory will be ours. More than ever, Jade, the Iris Network needs people like you. Help us fight the good fight. To join us, rendezvous at the Akuda Bar. Ask for peepers.
Ask for
They are free to
peepers,
choose
okay.
your side, Jade.
Did you say peepers?
Mm-hmm. At the Akuda Bar. Be sure to remember the password. Safe and sound in its shell, the precious pearl is the slave of the currents.
Security measure?
Discretion is the key. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot your reward. Hope to see you soon, Miss Jade.
What was the reward?
So, just what does Miss Jade think about all this hootenanny?
If there's a way to stop this war, we can't let it pass us by.
Okay. We did get a reward. That is better.
Let's go see just exactly what's behind all this.
I think I'm gonna lower the sensitivity even more. Oh. Ah, that's too much. This. That's slightly. That should do it. Okay, that'll do it. If I can save here, I'm probably gonna call it a day. For video games at least, I can still hang out on stream for a little bit. Hey, yeah, okay, let's call it a day for now. I'll have to remember what the password is by the time I play next time, and how do I leave? If I can't remember, like if I get to the bar and I'm like, oh, I don't even recognize any of the options, I'll just Google it. It's fine. It's not like it's a brand new game that doesn't have solution. Okay. So, did we want to continue looking at things before I call it a night? Were there stories that we talked about that I should be looking at? The Pakistan-Iran thing. That's not really my area. Yeah, it all seems good. Did I want to look at the Pakistan-Iran thing? There was something else that someone brought up that I was like, oh yeah, I wanted to look at that. Yeah, the it's a bit more. I'm a bit more familiar with U.S. politics, so let's look at the Texas border crisis or whatever it is. See if we can find a video that talks about it in a way that makes sense. Sparrow, you mean like the US did in Pakistan a few years ago to kill bin Laden? Usually this guy's pretty good as far as I've seen. So let's try it and maybe not watch the entire video, but at least part of it. Let's see. Do I need to make it louder though? Boom.
where today's episode dives deep into a series of unfolding global events that just demand our attention. From the sands of the Middle East to the troubled borders of the United States, from the strategic waterways of the Horn of Africa to the chaotic streets of Haiti, we're covering pivotal stories that are shaping our world. First, we explore...
Okay, this is not what I meant. I wanted specifically the Texas border showdown, which is... he doesn't even have chapters in his video. Okay, there you go.
...with Mexico threatens to become a violent fissure point in a starkly divided nation. On the one side, the United States federal government, primarily the US Border Patrol and other officials from the Department of Homeland Security. On the other, the state of Texas, under the leadership of Governor Greg Abbott, drawing military force from the Texas National Guard, the Texas Rangers, and the Texas State Guard. Also on Abbott and the Texans' side is the verbal support and endorsement of the governors of 25 other US states, as well as the Speaker of the US House of Representatives, the lower of 2 federal legislative bodies in the US. It's the first American military standoff over immigration in modern history, and it may be the start of a modern constitutional crisis. The issue at hand in the standoff is Texas Governor...
Like, I want to add stuff to this, but so far, like, every time I'm like, yeah, but like, what's this thing? And like, before I even think of the question, he's already starting to answer it. So that's that is a pretty good sign, I guess, for this video.
Abbott's decision to place razor wire along sections of the state's border with Mexico over and above the wishes of the federal government. Now, for our international viewers who've been lucky enough to tune out the madness of American domestic politics, first of all, well, we're jealous, and second, there are 3 pieces of critical context to understand here. First, the United States' constant influx of migrants from South and Central America through Mexico's land border along the southern edge of the US is a flaming hot political issue right now, and it has been for a long while. Second...
Yeah, so what's interesting is Republicans know this looks really bad for Biden, and Republicans are purposely making it harder for any... federal control of this issue. Like, Texas is like looking strong by like placing razor wire, etc., but there's still a ton of other places on the southern border that are that are being blocked by Republicans because they know that it makes Biden look bad to have this issue unmanaged, and because Republicans can block legislation through filibusters and stuff like that. That is a pretty typical form of obstructionism from them for political means.
The rise,
like, they're doing stuff against their own interests just because it makes their opponents look bad.
Lack thereof of Texas, a US state, to make its own decisions about its own border, falls into a much broader sort of controversy. States' rights. That is, the question of what states can choose to do on their own authority is an ongoing and constant debate within the US. And third, US President Joe Biden has long sought to take a stance against the more harsh border control policies of his predecessor Donald Trump, but that decision has made the already unpopular president into a lightning rod for criticism on the American right. Biden's efforts to control the border situation in response have been largely ignored in favor of political expediency from his opponents, who instead magnified the real failings of a border policy that has led to a humanitarian crisis and even more political polarization among US citizens. Governor Abbott's decision to string coiled and very sharp concertina wire along parts of his state's border, and specifically on the Texas side of a treacherous border river called the Rio Grande, is a direct response to this nationwide frustration. Amidst fears that the wire could ensnare migrants, including the many young children that cross the border each day, the US federal government has been looking to cut the wire for some time. But on January the 10th of this year, the Abbott administration in Texas signed an emergency declaration to close a small section of Parkland where federal border patrol agents have been holding and processing migrants. And well, the current mess of tensions began to escalate. Days after the closure, the 33-year-old woman and her 2 children were found drowned in the Rio Grande, an incident that the Federal Border Patrol claims they knew about but hadn't been able to intervene in because they had been restricted from accessing the area. The claim has since been retracted, but at the time, it was taken as an indication that Texas really was obstructing the ability of the federal government to do its job. Even after the Federal Justice Department clarified that it had already been told by Mexico that the migrants had drowned by the time they requested permission to enter the park, it continued to insist that the state of Texas had made any level of direct intervention impossible anyway. From there, the next escalation came when on January the 22nd, the US Supreme Court ordered that federal border patrol officers could indeed cut the concertina wire and dismantle other barriers used by states. That decision...
And I'm guessing the Texas didn't let that happen. And that's like, imagine what it will like the level of insanity that it would be on it during an election year if there's like actual confrontations between federal agents and state border enforcement over this kind of stuff.
Made from the highest judicial office.
I'm looking for another tweet that I saw earlier at the same time about this stuff, because things seem to be I didn't look into it more when I saw the tweet, but it was an acquaintance of mine who was saying that he lives in Texas and he's like 100 miles away from where something is happening regarding this, and he was saying like things are looking really bad here. Like the shelves are empty at supermarkets. Like people are really freaking out. I'm looking for it at the same time so I can look more into it.
United States overrode the authority of a lower court with jurisdiction over Texas and 2 other states, a process that in the eyes of already skeptical states' rights advocates looked a whole lot like the federal government overruling a decision that belonged in the hands of Texas itself. Texas was defiant in the face of the ruling. In a conversation with Fox News host Martha McCullum, Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said, "We are putting up wire, Martha, everywhere we can. We will continue. We will not stop it. If they cut it, we will replace it." Governor Abbott, who had spent weeks rallying against the, quote, invasion that Texas faces from its southern border, took the opportunity to again reiterate his claim that Texas's authority and that of any state should supersede the decisions made by federal courts, legislatures, or agencies. Now, these are claims that have long been settled in the United States. In fact, they were decided pretty authoritatively during the US Civil War. But that hasn't stopped Abbott or a range of other states' rights enthusiasts. Abbott or a range of other states' rights enthusiasts in the US from trying to enact their beliefs over the top of the US.
Did stream crash while my computer froze? Yes, it did. Closing. Sorry about that. Are we still? Or am I back? Do I need to like reboot the entire stream, or is it fine? Yeah, it crashed. My computer crashed for a little bit. Okay. Seems like it's
US Constitution, and that broader trend certainly wasn't going to stop just
out of curiosity, how long did I crash for? Like, how long was I out?
Because the Supreme Court said so. Thus, we find the United States in its current position, with the Texas National Guard and US Border Patrol in a full-on standoff in Shelby Park, part of the humble little town of Eagle Pass. The Biden administration issued Texas an ultimatum to clear the park. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton issued a scathing rebuttal that accused the president of misunderstanding the nature of federal and state laws themselves, and Governor Abbott announced that Texas would be defending its own sovereignty in the matter, barring federal authorities from entering the park by force if necessary. Said Abbott.
Yep, that's what I was saying. Like, imagine that. Like, we are going to like defend our sovereignty against the federal government from Texas. That would be insane. Like that, what is that going to mean in like, what kind of political landscape are we going to have in terms of like the Trump versus Biden election? If Republican states actually start to like, could this be like a secession kind of Civil War episode 2 kind of thing? Like this issue on its own seems like it's probably too small for that, but the overall picture of the election coming up and the attitude that Republicans have been having overall for the past couple of since Trump went since Trump was voted out, it doesn't seem that far off. It doesn't seem that insane to worry about. Still looking for my contact. Wait, I know where I can find it. Okay. Yeah, this is it. This looks absolutely mess. So he's used to, I think he's retired now. He used to be an ambassador to a bunch of places. He was an ambassador to Jamaica when I met him. I did an assignment in Jamaica for a few weeks. Yeah. I'm about 125 miles from there. Let me tell you, the supermarket shelves are empty. Folks are placing sandbags in front of their doors and razor wire in their backyards. What the fuck is happening there, man? I will keep posting until the internet goes down. Okay. So yeah, that's what I meant by Civil War 2. So like yeah, imagine just like when I was coming up in the 90s, when I was growing up in the 90s, the whole end of history thing was very much kind of common wisdom. The idea that, oh yeah, now World War II is over, the Cold War is over, like borders are like the way they are now and they're just going to stay this way forever. There's no more invasions, there's no more secessions, there's no more civil war. Now we just have this like rules-based order and things are fine and we have the UN and we resolve all of our disputes that way. And in just honestly since let's say it since 9/11, all of that is gone now and it's like now we have so many things that are kind of stacking up upon each other in terms of like the climate change that's going to have huge destabilizing impacts, especially unfortunately on developing countries, but that's going to cause like massive humanitarian crises and massive migration crises, which is going to like migration is already being weaponized by countries like Russia and Belarus to destabilize the European Union. Like imagine that but times 10. We have like political instability like this. We have a bunch of, just generally speaking, social movements that are related to economic inequality in a bunch of countries in the world. The one superpower that, for better or worse, has been kind of keeping a lid on things is faltering now, and who the fuck knows what's going to happen after that. It is such an unbelievable mess what's going to happen. And like you add on top of that, questions like the impact of AI is going to have on fake news and on just like imagine one single like ChatGPT server that is built to pump out fake news 24/7. There's basically there's not enough journalists in the world to fact check that kind of thing, and it's for now at least impossible for an AI to fact check an AI or to fact check anything. Like AIs are good at inventing stuff, they're not good at fact checking stuff. So like there's going to be technological answers to technological problems, but it's going to be super unstable. And I'm not trying to be doomer here. We're going to come out on the other end of it. It's going to be fine. But when I was in university, the reason why I moved to China after university to be a journalist in China was because I thought nothing ever happens in Europe. Europe is like too stable, too boring. I need to get out of Europe, and now the entire world just seems, as a journalist, and it's weird among journalists to talk about the news because it's always like, oh yeah, I was there when this horrible thing happened. Oh wow, that's amazing. You're so lucky, you know? And it's always like this weird bad news is good for journalists, so it's kind of a weird conversation to have. Like when I lived I finished my university in Nice in the south of France. Then I moved to China. Then I moved to Spain, and when I had just moved to Spain, there was an attack in Nice on the 14th of July, and I was like calling my colleagues there being like, "Oh, are you okay? Yes. Okay, now that I know that you're okay, I'm so jealous of you for being there because you can do some really good reporting there." And it's always like weird mixed feelings. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting times for sure. Like we are in for some really interesting times in the next few decades, definitely. Yeah, Sparrow. I mean, I think, and especially because of what we were talking about before, like the corruption of a lot of big media institutions and the fact that they're basically like especially corporate media being in the pocket of a lot of the people who are causing a lot of the problems in terms of climate change and economic instability that we're having right now, it's hard to see how corporate media is going to hold them to account. So I don't know that YouTube journalists or like social media influencer type journalists are going to be the perfect answer to that, but I do think that with like the changes that we're seeing in the news media environment right now are going to be way more consequential than we realize for the moment. What do you think future historians should call our current times? Well, that's the thing. It's what I was saying about World War One was not called World War One when it happened. It was called the Great War back then. Uh, it's always it still feels right now like we're right before some big event. Like it's hard to tell exactly when it's going to be. Like, is it going to be like climate change that tips us over the edge, or is there going to be like maybe China invading Taiwan is what's going to tip us into like kind of a World War III? In which case, it would be called World War III. Or what's happening in the Middle East right now is going to tip us over into that. Is there going to be some other kind of event? Maybe, I don't know, maybe Skynet is going to do something, in which case we should call our times something completely different. I think this is yeah, I don't want to speculate. Don't want to be too pessimistic and say like, "Oh, we should call the current times the great collapse." No, I have no idea if there's going to be a great collapse. But it really feels like right now we're really on the edge of a bunch of things that are maybe going to happen roughly at the same time. Maybe there's going to be one of them that's going to be more important than others. China apparently has been signaling directly to Biden, kind of warning Biden that they are going to take Taiwan back. Not like with any timescale or anything like that, but apparently there's reporting from sources in U.S. The U.S. State Department saying that that Xi Jinping told Biden, yeah, we are like, this isn't a question of if, it's a question of when we're going to take Taiwan back. And I've been seeing more and more kind of, because Biden a year ago or 2 years ago was very much like, yeah, if China invades, we're going to defend Taiwan. And now there's more and more reporting. Let me see if I can find some of that reporting that's like kind of signaling like, oh yeah, the US is kind of like trying to find a compromise between being fully committed to the defense of Taiwan or whatever. Let me see if I can find it. What keywords were there in that headline weeks ago? Hmm. Okay, Reuters, how the U.S. is preparing for Chinese invasion of Taiwan. We'll read that in a second. 5 days ago, yeah, there's a lot of media companies that are all of a sudden reporting on Taiwan. Vox, would the U.S. intervene to defend Taiwan? Ask Japan. From 2022, Biden said U.S. forces would defend Taiwan in the event of an invasion. But I saw reporting more recently than that the U.S. was basically trying to back out of that promise without looking like they're backing out of that promise. Yeah, the Taiwan, the whole thing about Taiwan is that they have a lot of really, really important infrastructure that's very hard to duplicate elsewhere for the moment. Like, it's possible to duplicate it, but it's going to take time. Not duplicate it, but like have something similar elsewhere for microchips, microcircuits. I forget what it's called. But basically like magic tech that that all of our smartphones and everything that we use today, even cars, rely on basically. So, and all of that, virtually all of it, is being built in Taiwan. Like all of the micro superconduct, is it superconductors? I don't remember what it's called. Are being built in Taiwan. So if China were to invade Taiwan, that would not be good. Which is probably the main reason why Biden was so adamant that they would defend Taiwan. But also the main reason why Biden announced that they were trying to, like, they were investing big time into US manufacturing of similar tech. But it's going to take time for that to happen. I still can't find that article that I saw a few weeks ago. Yeah, I'm finding a few articles. We can look at these in a second. Okay, I'm not finding out the specific ones, but at least we can look at these. So this is from 4 days ago. Let's see. I think geopolitical players decided to rely on this resource dependency to downplay democracy. Not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, the Nord Stream thing. In theory, the Nord Stream thing was to have Russia dependent on European money so that it would like tame Putin and tame Russia in general. But it was actually the opposite. It would have made, if it had fully like happened completely, it would have just made Europe dependent on Russian gas, and like it was just a terrible idea to begin with. And the fact that there wasn't more pushback within Germany for that just dog shit plan, and a large part of it is corruption. Honestly, I have a book that I still need to read about about the whole Nord Stream project and how it was built on just like incredibly sketchy foundations, not like physically, but like in terms of corruption. And even there was a former German chancellor who's now a lobbyist for Russian gas, so that's not good. It was like a big Russia backer at the start of the Russian invasion, trying to lobby the German government, the Ukraine invasion, trying to lobby the German government to not intervene, to be as hands off as possible. Which is why Germany for a while didn't do, and like they sent like, I don't know, 1,000 helmets was their only contribution to Ukraine for a while at the start of the invasion. Okay. When US and Australian troops practiced amphibious landings. Zoom in. Too much overlap with chat. Okay. Amphibious landings, ground combat, and air operations last summer, they drew headlines about the Allies' deepening defense cooperation to counter China's growing military ambitions. But for US war planners, should I change the stream title again? Let me do that. Boom. And settings. Save. Okay. But for U.S. war planners preparing for a potential conflict over Taiwan, the high-profile Talisman Saber exercise had a more discreet value. They helped create new stockpiles of military equipment that were left behind in Australia after the drills ended. Ooh. Wait, are they saying that they removed stockpiles from Taiwan and left them in Australia as a kind of drawdown from Taiwan? Or were the stockpiles brought from the US to Australia to have them closer to Taiwan? The United States and its allies are increasingly worried that in the coming years, Chinese President Xi Jinping could order his military to seize Taiwan, the democratically governed island China considers its own territory. So the U.S. military is taking a hard look at its own military readiness in trying to play catch-up on a critical area, its logistics network. Okay, it looks like it's stuff that they brought from the U.S. to have it closer to Taiwan. The equipment from Talisman Saber included roughly 330 vehicles and trailers and 130 containers in warehouses in Bandiana, I don't know, southeastern Australia, the army says. There's a number of other countries in the region where we already have an agreement to do that, he added without naming specific countries. Reuters interviews with more than 24 current and former U.S. officials found that American military logistics in the Pacific is one of the greatest U.S. vulnerabilities in any potential conflict over Taiwan. Okay. So wait. So this is just about how they're preparing. It's not really talking about if they are preparing. See if they're let's see if we can skip ahead a bit. From just in time to just in case. For decades, the United States has not had to worry about a foreign power targeting its military bases. That allowed planners to focus on efficiency, adopting the just-in-time logistics model common among private sector manufacturers. Yeah, so you know how trains, now they have a thing where it's like there's no margin of error. Like the use of rails have to be super efficient. So that which is causing a bunch of accidents because there's again no margin of error. They're like using their rail thing, their rail capacity at the max. And that's there's a John Oliver video on this that we cannot watch on stream because that would definitely be copyright material. But yeah, obviously this is like a super unstable, precarious model that you can't do in cases where you don't know what the hell is going to happen. So I guess that's what the just in case thing is like. Hey, let's not have things barely arrive on time when we need them. Let's actually have some margin of error there. Okay, and that's the end of the article, which would basically explain that. Another costly problem. Okay, so they're basically saying that if they do need to prepare for an invasion of Taiwan, they have a lot of catching up to do, which is not reassuring. If we've got to pick a year, it's 2027. Imagine China's harassing Taiwan with near constant flyovers of fighter jets and drones. They're already doing that. Beijing has increased the frequency and scale of its amphibious exercises, so much so that it's getting hard to know what is a run-of-the-mill military drill and what might be the start of the real thing of full-scale military invasion of Taiwan. Because in this hypothetical future, the real thing is looking increasingly possible. Okay, get to the point. The United States will have to decide if the promised unwavering response means defending Taiwan. Wasn't that the promise? If the president and Congress decide yes, America's national security interests demand that U.S. military intervention, then he probably still going to be yeah, okay, has another call to make. This one is to Japan. What? This one is to Japan, the U.S. The U.S.'s key ally, to ask some version of the question: will you let us use our military bases? Because Japan doesn't really have much of a military. That was part of the deal after World War II. That Germany had a similar thing where they recently started to reinvest in their military, but after World War II, they were like, yeah, we're done with military stuff for a while. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly it. I don't think Germany had as strict of a ban, but they had made the decision to underinvest in its military, and invest in other things, because it felt bad for a lot of Germans. Like, the military had a bad image for a lot of Germans. I'll have to try to find the article that I had seen a few weeks ago. If I can find it in time for next stream so we can look at it. Because it seemed like it was a much more direct approach to the article was answering a much more direct question that wasn't as hypothetical as this one, which is like, okay, let's imagine a scenario, like, and it was like, actually today, this is what diplomats are saying, this is what sources are saying about the situation in Taiwan. This seems to be a lot of speculation about what maybe could happen in like 3 years down the line, when we don't even know who the president is going to be in the US. We don't know what's going to be in the situation in Japan or anything like that. This is opinion. It's not, I mean, it could have information, but it's not what I was looking for. Yeah, okay. I'm not finding what I was looking for, and I'm getting really, really tired. I think I'm gonna call it a day. This was fun. This was the first video game stream, and not sure about Beyond Good and Evil. I'm still gonna give it a try, and we'll see if I get hooked over time. Maybe at least one more stream. I don't know if it's gonna be next week, because there's gonna be other things. Should I talk about this? I think it's pretty much confirmed at this point. And even if it's not, even if it doesn't turn out to be the case, we're in a pretty small group at the moment, so it's not like this is going to be announced to the whole world. But it's looking like, so I was talking to a content creator on TikTok who is specializes in Nazi history and in the Holocaust, and I had a chat with him about, because I'm not super, like, I'm pretty well informed on like current day, today's political parties, what's happening today, and I know a little bit about historical events, but I was not a good student back in high school history classes, and I don't know as much as I should know as a journalist, and it's always been a regret of mine of not studying history as more history as a journalist. So I was like, looking for someone to like tell me where it was wrong, basically on the parallels between today's far right parties and the parties of like the Nazi and fascist parties from what they looked like before they came to power in Europe. A video you sent me in TikTok. Did you send me a video in TikTok? Let me so yeah, I was basically the thing is, the way we see the Nazis today, especially when we try to compare them to current parties, is the image of the Nazis is almost entirely built on an after the fact, like in hindsight of what we know now from what the Nazis did back then. LOL, I don't see any message from you on TikTok. Do I know did you send it to me in TikTok messages or did you send it to me in chat? Maybe I can check in my phone and check again. But yeah, the image that we have of the Nazis and the fascists today are almost entirely constructed in hindsight of like, yes, the Nazis were the people who did the Holocaust and who did all of these bad things during World War II. But the question is, if we want to have this, like, make sure that we don't repeat history idea, I'm not seeing a message from you. Can you send it to me again? Oh, wait, that was super long time ago. Yeah, I do still need to watch that. Yeah, I do need to watch your video. Okay, I'll definitely watch it before next stream, okay? I completely forgot about that, man. If we want to commit to the whole, like, never again, make sure history doesn't repeat, we need to stop focusing on what the Nazis looked like after they came to power and after World War II happened, like during World War II. We need to start focusing way more on what they looked like and how they presented themselves to the public before they came to power. Because they didn't, it's not like the Holocaust was a campaign slogan for the Nazis. They presented themselves as populists. They presented themselves as they even downplayed the anti-Semitism when it was beneficial to them. They presented themselves as leftists in cities where there was more of a left-leaning population, and as conservatives in rural areas where yeah, okay, interesting. I'll definitely look at it then. They presented themselves as more conservatives in rural areas where they could appeal to people's conservatism and where it was good for them to like show their true colors on the anti-Semitism. They did. In other cases, they just like pretended that it wasn't a thing. So when I see a lot of far-right parties today going like, we're not really far-right, you can't possibly compare us to the Nazis and whatever. We're not even homophobic. We're not even anti-Semitic anymore. I'm always like, yeah, it kind of sounds kind of familiar. So I was talking about that with another content creator, and he was like, "Okay, this is the book you need to read, and you need to talk to the author of this book." And the book was "Is Selling Hitler?" Funnily enough, right after that conversation, I went to the biggest bookstore in Berlin, and it wasn't there. And I went to Amazon Germany, and it's not there because it's banned in Germany. But I did contact the author, not expecting any answer, but I was like, you never know. And he I like laid out like basically my thoughts about it, and like I basically want someone to either tell me that I'm right to worry about this or tell me why I'm wrong, and I'm perfectly open to being wrong on this. And he was like, yeah, totally, I would love to have this conversation. So in theory it's going to happen on the 25th of this month. And yeah, I'm super excited about that. That would be amazing. Call of Duty World War III, let's go. Yep, that basically, yeah. So yeah, no, it's so that interview is gonna happen, and I really need to prepare well for it, because it's gonna be way less of a like just like casual discussion like I had with Alice Capel, and it's gonna be more of a like I actually need to like do my research beforehand, which is gonna be awkward because I can't. I guess I can try to get his book through like international means. I don't know if it's banned in Germany. If I order it from France and they find out that I have it in Germany, would they like take it from me? Would I get a fine? Maybe. I don't know. I'm a bit worried about that. But I need at least to read about the book online and stuff like that. But yeah, no, that's gonna be really cool. I'm really excited about that. And in the meantime, I still need to continue working on the Dutch election video that's going to come out at the end of this month, hopefully, if everything goes well. I've done a few interviews. I think I'm done with the interviews, and I just need to like shoot the me speaking to the camera and edit the whole thing together. I'm hoping that there is some developments, like some new developments in the government formation in the Netherlands by then, so that my video has like new information to present around the time it's published. But yeah, we'll see. I doubt too, but like, could they like confiscate the book and just like fine me? Well, like, would I have to be prosecuted in order to just get a fine? Like, because it's totally possible that I just would get a letter saying you need to pay this much as a fine. You know, I don't know how it works. I don't know. I don't know if it's like when you download stuff illegally in Germany, where you literally just get a letter and just like told you need to pay this much. You know. Anyway. But yeah, I will definitely watch the video. I completely forgot about that video. That's from like 6 months ago. I'll definitely watch the video you sent me, and we'll see. Yeah. I think Twitch chat is super far behind. Am I wrong? Listen to that. No, it's not. Should be fine. I guess. Your neighborly sheet poster is watching a little bit behind, or I don't know. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. If anyone is active on Twitter or Reddit or Discords or anything like that, if you can share my videos there, especially the last one, just for the sake of it, I would really appreciate the help in promoting them and sharing them around. And yeah, support the stream if you can, like and share, and I'll see you soon with some shorts that I'm gonna post this week and on stream again next weekend. Cool. Bye bye. See you.